Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate your help again today.
Not a problem.
Wow, I just got hard kicked off by my internet provider. Woo.
Well, I'm hoping after I called Verizon yesterday, I won't have any problems today.
Well, the cable company vehicles were out in the neighborhood yesterday.
All right, keep in mind we're live, folks. And Christine, you are now co-host, as is Jill. So at 8 o'clock, you can go ahead and begin your meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Mike, are you trying to join? Mike Garrison, are you trying to join on another device?
I don't think so. Just don't kick me out. It was all the internet provider.
Okay, it just logged in. I think it was
Good.
just a glitch. Kept saying you were joining, but I hear you talking, so I said you's already on. So just want to make sure. All right, Christine, my clock says 8 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Okay, the time is now 8 o'clock. Good morning, everyone. You are live on YouTube. I'm going to officially call this meeting to order. So thank you all for returning this morning. And hello to those who might be viewing our committee work on the VDOE YouTube channel. My name is Christine Jermeyer. I'm the parent representative for Region 4, and I serve the Virginia State Special Education Advisory Committee as the chair. The purpose of this committee is to promote the education of children with disabilities by providing advice and policy guidance to the Virginia Board of Education and the Virginia Department of Education. This is the final meeting of the 2020-2021 administrative year. And we will be returning to the annual report work we began yesterday after our presentations this morning. So knowing that there's a great amount of work to be completed, I would now like to call the roll of the membership. And as I call your name, please respond with your full name and tell us which constituency group you represent. I'll start off with Danny.
Hi, I'm Danny Allen Bronaugh, and I represent the higher education constituency.
Wonderful. Meredith.
Good morning. My name is Meredith Barber, and I am the parent rep for Region 5.
Wonderful. Kendra.
Good morning. My name is Kendra Belcher, and I represent Transition for Students with Disabilities.
Awesome. Suzanne.
Suzanne Bowers, Executive Director of PTSI. We hold the Parent Training Information Center grant for Virginia.
Thank you. Delana.
Good morning. I'm Daliana Curry. I'm the teacher representative for the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I represent District 3.
Okay, thank you. Jeff.
Good morning, Jeff Castle. I represent School Division Superintendents.
Fantastic. And I don't believe Ann is with us. Mr. Garrison.
Mike Garrett, Region 6.
Thank you. Justin. Has he? I don't see Justin. Claire.
Good morning. I'm Claire Huerta. I represent the Virginia Board for People with Disabilities.
Wonderful. Marguerite.
Hi, I'm Marguerite Jaffa. I'm a parent representative, Region 1.
Thank you. Erin. Oh, we can't hear you. Erin, we can't hear you.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry. I was double muted there. Erin Kelly, she, her, or the singular non-binary they, them pronouns. I am with the Virginia Department of Social Services foster care team.
Thank you. Matt.
I'm Matt Luther. I'm an agency rep with the Division of Rehabilitative Services.
Okay. Tasha. I don't see Tasha. Pat.
Good morning. I'm Patricia Pop. I'm the state coordinator for students experiencing homelessness.
Okay. Rob. Don't see Rob. Jill.
Hi, I'm Jill Sowers, and I represent the Virginia Department of Juvenile Justice.
Okay. Reagan. I don't see Reagan. Brian.
Good morning, I'm Brian Sumo. I represent private schools.
Awesome. Joan.
Morning, Joan Sumner, parent representative from Region 3.
Okay. Sandy. I don't see Sandy. And Michael.
Morning, I'm Michael Wellen, the parent representative for Region 2.
Wonderful. Okay. We officially have a quorum to conduct our business. I would also like to recognize the Virginia Department of Education team members joining us once again, Miss Lisa Crafton and Mr. Hank Millward. Thank you, thank you. Always a pleasure to have you both here with us. And we have Mr. Kevin in the background who gets us kicked off here so that we can stream virtually. And we couldn't do this work without him. So thank you. We'll move on to the rest of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve today's agenda, which will include time to recognize the outgoing members?
So moved.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike.
Sorry, who seconded that?
Mike Garrison. Is there any discussion? We'll now call the roll. The voting members, please reply aye or nay to approve today's agenda. Danny.
Aye.
Meredith.
Aye.
Kendra.
Aye.
Delana.
Aye.
Jeff.
Aye.
Mr. Garrison.
Aye.
Justin. Marguerite.
Aye.
Aaron.
Aye.
Matt.
Aye.
Tasha. Pat.
Aye.
Rob. Jill.
Aye.
Reagan. Brian.
Aye.
Joan.
Aye.
Sandy. And Michael.
Aye.
The chair votes aye, and the motion carries for today's agenda to be approved. So for those of you who were not able to join us yesterday, or you needed to step away, I am delighted to share the news that your slate of officers for the 2021-2022 administrative year includes Kendra Belcher, Mike Garrison, Michael Willon, and I serving as your members at large. Marguerite Jeffer will be your vice chair, and Mr. Brian Sumo will serve the committee as the chair. I hear some background noise. Thank you. So thank you all for your willingness to serve on the executive committee. We do have one more position that needs to be filled, and that is the role of the secretary. I know it can feel like the most difficult of all the roles, and it is usually the hardest to fill within any organized body, but I know there are a few within this committee that can fulfill the role. So please consider serving. You need to know that You don't have to do it alone. Not every word has to be captured, and you will have the support of our executive committee colleagues if you ask. So with the majority of the members now present, I would like to open the floor for nominations for the role of secretary.
Just another added thing for the secretary position. Lisa is on and she always serves as backup. So although she can't serve as your secretary, she is taking minutes along with everybody. So, don't be concerned that you might have missed something because Lisa will probably have picked it up.
Thank you, Hank. I appreciate that.
I'd like to nominate Danny.
Yeah, me too.
I will decline that. Thank you very much.
Oh,
This is not my skill set, guys. You are pushing me to the limits.
oh, but somebody on here has to be skilled at taking notes.
I reached out to folks yesterday on private chat and I could get no response. I tried.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We're in a little bit of a pickle here.
Dean, I've been secretary of plenty of organizations. If you need somebody, I'll do it.
I want to nominate Pat.
Thank you. Thank you. Where's the second? Where's the second?
I'll second that.
Wait, we got a couple seconds there. Yay! Yay! Congratulations! Congratulations! Okay, let's make this official.
Somebody tell me, it was Matt. Were you the second?
Yeah, I was second. Brian
Okay.
might have been in there too. It
Thanks.
was a race.
So Michael Willon made the motion. Matt Luther was the second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, I will actually go through the roll call very quickly. To please reply aye or nay to approve Miss Pat Pop as your secretary. Danny.
Aye.
Meredith.
Aye.
Kendra.
Aye.
Delana.
Aye.
Jeff.
Aye.
Mr. Garrison.
Aye.
Marguerite.
Aye.
Aaron.
Aye.
Matt.
Aye.
Pat.
Yes, I.
Jill.
Aye.
Brian.
Aye.
Joan.
Aye.
Sandy and Michael.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you so much. If you're ever struggling in the role or with your decision to accept the nomination, just pull up this video to see how happy everyone was that you stepped up. So fantastic. We should probably use that confetti emoticon to celebrate everybody's elections to the executive committee. So congratulations, everyone. Let me tackle a few more items before I turn the floor over to Hank so he can share any public comments that may have been received. I think we did pretty well with the time breaks yesterday, so I'll ask Mr. Garrison to provide those every 45 minutes, or at least at the conclusion of our presentations. We have 2 planned for today, so let's try to take a natural break between the presentations to avoid any interruptions. But if you need to step away, please feel free to do so. Just let me know in the chat box, and if you get disconnected, send me an email or text message and we'll get you back in as quick as we can. Where are we on time? I don't want to take Mr. Millward's time. Okay. I believe the call for applications to serve on the state SEAC should be coming out soon if they have not already been released. But we're looking for parent representatives for regions 3, 7, and 8, and the agency representatives from both DARS and DJJ. But I believe that they both put their candidates forward. So, if you know of a parent of a child or children with disabilities who would like to serve from regions 3, 7, and 8, let them know. Their term would begin July 1 of this year and continue for 3 years with the opportunity to serve an additional 3 years. And yesterday you heard Hank mention the possibility of the committee returning to in-person meetings. So we can discuss that now or at the wrap up as we're wrapping things up later this afternoon or later this morning.
Christine, just remember I said that the board is meeting in person and there may be the likelihood that I can seek us to begin returning. There's been no discussion yet on us returning to live.
Okay,
meetings.
okay. Thank you for that clarification.
And then also on the nominations, the board has not released its call for nominations quite yet, but will be doing so very shortly.
Okay. And there's usually a quick turnaround time on those.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Thank you. And I guess part of the discussion is if we were to return to back in person, would our videos continue to be live streamed? Would folks have the option to Zoom in to attend the meetings? With the expectations of attendance change for us and for the public? Do you know?
That would all be part of the discussion I will be having with Dr. Hollins and anyone else that needs to be involved in that decision making.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Well, I am now going to yield the floor to you, sir, so you can share our public comments.
All right. Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. We have 4 public comments. 3 of them came in subsequent to our last meeting, but I believe they need to be entered into the minutes as being received as public comment, but also note because of the date and the time that is lagged between our receipt and presenting them to the SSEAC, they have been addressed if they appear to be outside of a timeline. And the first one, you'll see what I'm talking about, is from someone that states, I am contacting you as chair of the Alexandria City Public School SSEAC and as the parent of 2 students, grades 3 and 5 with significant special needs. In Alexandria City, the unwillingness of staff to return to schools means that only 6 special needs students will return to in-class instruction this fall and for only 2 weeks. Our most vulnerable students remain unable to attend school in person. ACPS is working hard to find solutions, but much of our staff is unwilling to return to in-person instruction. Some proposed solutions allow teachers to work remotely while students in school are monitored by others. But for the special needs population, these monitors would need substantial training. Needed skills take time to learn. If special ed staff could be given the COVID vaccine, schools could start to open. I am wondering if the state SSEAC is advocating with the governor's office for special needs teachers to be given a high priority for receiving the vaccine. Many SPED students are floundering in the virtual setting and their families are struggling immensely under the demands placed upon them. To their credit, school systems are prioritizing returning SPED students first, but when this doesn't happen, no students are able to return. Are you interested in advocating for this solution? Can you suggest others I should contact? Thank you for your consideration of the above. I look forward to hearing from you. That was comment number 1. The second one, state SSEAC members. Earlier this month, I wrote you a message regarding your support in the VAP waiver that you agreed to for Virginia being out of compliance. I was quite disheartened considering you are a SSEAC for the entire state and are supposed to support the interest of special needs children. Now I have attached a JLARC investigation and review into special education issues. Please note throughout the presentation how VAP is a huge issue because it's presented in such a way that parents do not have a proper explanation or training in what they are accepting. You have just added your endorsement for thousands of children not getting their high school diploma. Your endorsement will harm students with disabilities and students who are Black. The recommendation is now another hurdle for brown and Black students to overcome in addition to low graduation rates we already have in this state. Only 52% will graduate with disabilities, and somehow Virginia will find a way to pat themselves on the back for their low graduation rates. What evidence do you have to conclude that this recommendation will allow for better outcomes for students with disabilities, especially our minorities, to not have a high school diploma? I would love to see what study, evidence, and or science you use to endorse this waiver. Included in this report also shows that although VDOE receives numerous complaints about IEPs, eligibility, low graduation rates, no functional or academic areas addressed in IEPs, little done about inclusion, almost no services or recommendation for transition, that VDOE only did 4 on-state reviews for divisions a year, and the vast majority of divisions could go over a decade without receiving an in-depth review of their special education programs from VDOE. State SEAC members, please come up with directives and recommendations that have no VDOE influence, because it will cause our children harm if you do not. Please recommend items that will not do our children harm. The third public comment received states, hello, my name is Prashitha Padmanabhan, and I am the founder of WARE Organization, a student-led nonprofit organization dedicated to gender equality, representation of women, and women's rights. Website www.w-e-a-r.org. As a student, I have always noticed several instances of the VDOE curriculum's lack of information about women and women's history, which has led me to start the organization's Women's History Initiatives. Along with working with the National Women's History Alliance and being in correspondence with the Fairfax Commission for Women, we have a petition with over 3,300 signatures to integrate more women's history into FCPS's curriculums. In line with the petition and its support and our women's history initiatives, we really would like to make a direct impact with VDOE's upcoming public comment sector. Would it be possible for us to speak or submit comments? It would really help us work towards our goals, and we would be so grateful to work with the charge makers at VDOE. I read that we should email about interest in speaking in or submitting public comments, so I wanted to reach out. I really hope we will be able to amplify our initiatives and supporters for women's history through public comments in the upcoming events and working with the wonderful VDOE. I look forward to hearing back. And then the next public comment was received just yesterday afternoon, and it states, as I sit here and listen to the proceedings, I am, number one, amazed at the process that bears absolutely no resemblance to our local group, and gives me hope that someday maybe we can provide our local school board with insight, information, concern, and kudos. Thank you for that. I also say a backhanded thank you to COVID, for without it, the opportunities that have opened up to me as a special needs parent would have remained forever out of reach. I have never been able to attend a PT training because I am the single parent of 2 special needs children. Even if I had been lucky enough to register for an event in my town, I am still left with the challenges of childcare. The same would be true for the state meeting. I was able to listen today with great interest to the proceedings, wishing I could share my thoughts or ask clarifying questions while my children played and did schoolwork. The concern is always how to get more involvement. Embracing these changes and making them a permanent part of the process is one of the ways. Even if I had childcare for my kids, the cost to go attend the meeting means money taken from another part of the already carefully planned budget. I know that learning the new normal is any day of the week a challenge, but I implore you to add this to the repertoire so that additional people can hear and attend. There were several areas of concern that were identified that I feel need reiterating. Possibly some guidance from the state SEAC would help. if, and I were to look for SEAC information in the surrounding area, I may or may not find dates of meetings, a list of SEAC members, and I'm not sure that any of them include a way to reach out to a SEAC member with concerns or questions, unless it is done through the Director of Special Education in the district. Let that sink in. Parents can't attend because they have no way of knowing when the meetings are. They can't make public comment because they have no way of knowing anything about it. They can't express concerns so that a SEAC member can bring them to the table because they have no way to address and contact them, even if they were to know their names. If we want to move forward, these would seem like easy and reasonable accommodation to school websites. It also has the added advantage of updating who the local SEAC chairperson is, which was an issue discussed on Wednesday. One of the other concerns I have is a recurring statement of there are limitations of what we can do virtually. The movie industry is a multi-million-dollar business because of what they can do virtually. I don't expect our teachers to produce the next Star Wars movies, but I do think we can encourage and celebrate more innovative thinking and delivery. I have many friends who are teachers and all are struggling, but the ones that seem to be doing the best are the ones that have crawled out of the box and said, let's try this. And when it didn't work, they turned it on its side and said, maybe this will be better. And they have spent the year thinking of new ways to make things exciting for students. They are not the teachers that have said, well, you can only do so much virtually. They are the teachers that have looked for virtual field trips and traveled far beyond their city limits with their students in an attempt to do what they love, which is teach. Every time I hear you can only do so much through a computer, I feel sorry for those students. For my child, because honestly, it's a cop-out. It's not easy, but you can do more. We just need to look through a different lens. I see and hear of so many children struggling, yet I see a child opportunity, an IEP goal of executive functioning skills, which will only benefit our youth as they move towards independence. Maybe we could try embracing those opportunities as we look for ways to help those children who are truly suffering. My final thoughts go back towards the beginning. The opportunity that have been afforded many of us simply because of the webinars that are out there. Could there be consideration placed toward making a state SEAC Facebook page where events like trainings and the dates of the state meetings could be more easily spotted? Peachy stuff rarely shows up on my news feed. I receive some of the newsletters from the VDOE. On occasion, I will remember to screenshot something so I can go back to look at it further before I'm distracted by the needs of my children. I honestly don't know, and I am aware if it would be an additional task added to someone's already full plate, but maybe if some of these opportunities that are available were loaded onto a more easily accessed platform, more families could take advantage of them, which only helps to build a stronger community for our families. Thank you for your time. And that concludes the public comments that have been received as of 8:26 a.m. on March 11th.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that. And a hearty good morning to Dr. Hollins, who is here joining us. I think she's, what is this, day 363 of the marathon that you and your colleagues have been running. You know, so my hat's off to all of you. Let's show them some show them some smiles and affection and appreciation, you know, through your words, your emoticons. Thank you for still being here. Thank you for being here with a smile on your face. I imagine it has been difficult, but you know, thank you for being here this morning.
And Dr. Hollins, you have screen sharing capabilities should you desire to do so.
Great. Thank you so much, Hank and Christine. Good morning, everybody. I realize it's now been a full year since the governor's announcement back in March of 2020, and I think you all deserve the thanks, and most importantly, our families and parents deserve the thanks. This has been a really challenging year, and we know that our families are challenged every day by unique circumstances and really doing the best they can for themselves and most importantly for their children. So it's great to be with you. I'm assuming I have the green light to go ahead and get started. So I have an update that I'm bringing for you today, and I really just wanted to kind of reorient you to a couple of hot topics and also be responsive to what we discussed at our last meeting, which is really kind of wrapping our hands around the findings of the JLARC report on K-12 special education, and just letting you know what's progressed during the General Assembly legislation session this year. It's been a busy session for us in special education student services, and I recognize that we have a lot of partners that have helped us with that. I see Pat Pop is with us today, and Pat's also been busy during this GA session, but I think what would be helpful is I just want to kind of reorient you to some areas. I am anticipating that at the end of this month, no later than March 31st, the governor will either sign or veto, or many of the pieces of legislation will transform into law. And so I am cognizant that this is just kind of part one of this discussion for us. And I look forward to bringing you part two, as well as a much more in-depth look at some of the areas of interest that you have related to JLARC at our next meeting. And so just a reminder that this is a lot of information, a lot of content. And so I decided to split it up over a couple of meetings to make sure that you have the opportunity to really wrap your heads around it, and then to think about how this impacts the work of the state SEAC, and most importantly, the work of your annual report, given the timing of everything. So if it's okay with you guys, I'm going to go ahead and get started. I am going to share my screen today. I have a presentation. I just want to let you know, do not be frantically taking notes or screenshots. I'm going to provide a copy of this presentation to you guys at the end of the meeting today. It does have some hyperlinks for some additional information if you would find that helpful. So you will have your very own copy of this and can use and disseminate it, and hopefully it can help you with providing information to your stakeholders as well. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get started. And so I mentioned today that our focus is going to be on a lot of legislative updates, and particularly some findings and information related to the JLARC report. You all also remember we discussed our last meeting our monitoring visit from the U.S. Department of Education. I'm pleased to report the department has been engaging in some back and forth with U.S. Ed just to clarify some of the findings and ask for some detailed information. That process is still ongoing, and while we've kind of passed that first benchmark to make sure that they have what they need, I'm really looking forward to those conversations, and I am hopeful. We find ourselves on a timeline, but U.S. Ed is on an even larger timeline. They deal with many other states, obviously, than just Virginia. And so just a heads up, there's not a lot of detail in this report from the U.S. Ed report, just because I don't have that information back from them yet. But I'm hopeful that during our next meeting, I'll have a little bit more information to share. And as you remember, that report really focused on dispute resolution, and we can talk in a much more robust way about that, given the guidance that they provide to us. So let's go ahead and get started. Just a reminder that there was a lot of work done by JLARC, which is the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission. I really like to think about this group as kind of the investigative arm of the General Assembly. Every year, they adopt a schedule of studies that they seek, and then that's their work over the next 12 to 18 to 24 months. And so, for example, if you were to visit the JLARC page now, you would see their upcoming schedule for this year. We are actually not engaging in any studies with them at the Virginia Department of Education. However, we are engaging in a collaborative study on the Department of Juvenile Justice. And so that looks like the only work that's forthcoming with us with JLARC this year. But you remember last year was a really busy year. We had 3 studies that touched on the work of VDOE. The first was the agency study, and this is very similar to what's been done across other state agencies in the Commonwealth. That was published in September. The study of CSA and private special education schools was published in October. And last but certainly not least, the report on K-12 special education in Virginia was published in December. And so I've provided links here to each of the reports. And each of these reports are pretty lengthy, but I think what's really helpful is that in each of them, they provide an executive summary as well as key recommendations. And if you're looking to kind of refresh yourselves on a much more detailed level about the agency study and the CSA study, which I won't dig quite into as deeply today, I really encourage you to take a look at those two items, the executive summary as well as the list of recommendations. That can really help give you a feel for what the report focused on and much more importantly, the work coming out of that report. So as we all know, there's a lot of like, okay, now what, when reports like this are issued. And so I thought it would be helpful to really detail what does it really mean when JLARC issues a report. And so much like any other entity, when JLARC issues its report, it is just that, it is a report. Technically, it's a report to the General Assembly. And they then take that information and say, okay, what do we want to enact from this report? And I think what JLARC would tell you, and certainly what they've conveyed to other agencies as well, is that the recommendations are really a starting point. They recognize that it's not possible to really get the full depth and breadth of the work over an 18-month period, for example. And so they really mean for their report to stand on its own and then to be translated through expertise either at the state agency or through legislative efforts, or through the work of the board. And so here you can see that once that report is published, the work then really falls to three main entities. The first is the VDOE. And you'll notice that some of those recommendations clearly identify the DOE as the next step, right? DOE will issue guidance on a number of topics, for example, or DOE will create a module to help general ed teachers become more familiar with special education. And so those are really the agency's next steps. And I think I was able to communicate clearly to you all last time, really in working with Dr. Lane and myself, we have committed to enacting any recommendation that clearly identifies the VDOE as the responsible party, right? Those are things that we can do through our normal business or through updating information, guidance, technical assistance and professional development to the field. And I'll show you some examples of things that have already been done for that. The second entity is really the Virginia Board of Education. And as you can imagine, there's a really clear link between VDOE and VBOE. Our board members serve in a capacity to really have approval over directives, regulatory authority, et cetera, of the department. And so there may be an opportunity for us to take information back to the board and have them vote and review on it to make sure that that's in line with the board recommendations and priorities, and much more importantly, kind of aligned to what they're seeing as they help to advise the department. And so there's a lot of interplay between the department and the board, and obviously in serving as staff to the board, we help to provide that information and bring those updates directly to them at their meetings. I will say a great reminder is that we actually have a board meeting scheduled for next week, which is our March meeting, but we have one on the books for April. And as part of our April meeting, I will be presenting a report on JLARC and special education to the board members. So I'll make sure that Hank and I remind you all of that. And one, we'd love for you to have an opportunity to join and listen in on that, but we'll also make sure you guys have all of those materials. I think it'll be a really great way to kind of see the stepwise progression of this work. And then when we come together at our next meeting, we can kind of bring all of that together and weave it in a way I think that is really closely aligned to the work that you're doing. So you really can feel like you understand where we are and where we might need to go a little bit further, or maybe conduct some new activities and suggestions based on feedback from the State Special Education Advisory Committee. The third entity is obviously the Virginia General Assembly. And what you'll note in some of those recommendations is that some of them may require changes to the Code of Virginia, as well as needed to be directly related to the work that the department and the Board of Education do, as well, and this is probably most important, is the requirements for local school divisions. You all know, because you've worked with us closely enough, that there is a line, right? The department issues guidance, technical assistance, but when we say require local school divisions to do something, there usually is a legislative component to that, right? So it means that the General Assembly has conferred among itself. They've talked to constituents. They've heard from professional organizations. They've heard from advocacy organizations. And they say, hey, this is important enough that we want to require local school divisions to do something, to either complete an act, complete a training, or remain in compliance with a specific item. And so really, the report stands on its own. And then it's up to these three entities to then take those recommendations and enact them. I think something that's been really unclear for folks who this might have been their first time with JLARC is that they think, oh, the report's out there, I see these recommendations, these things are done. They've happened, they're rolling, right? But we know that they really require additional steps beyond that to be put into effect. And in some cases, really need more explanation, information, and data to be collected to say, okay, this is what the recommendation stated. What does this really mean, and how does this really unpack for local school divisions, and most importantly, for students with disabilities? So just a reminder that there were some pretty big buckets within the JLARC report, I think, that lend itself to saying, you know, what are the areas of focus that the JLARC staff identified? And I think one thing that you should really feel assured by is many of these same areas of focus have been maintained as huge areas of interest for the SSEAC. And so I hope you see this in a couple of ways. One, reinforcing the work and planning that you all have engaged in. And two, I think you should hear a lot of your initiatives echoed back in some of these areas. And so the first was definitely around determining student eligibility for special education services. And we've had some really robust conversations here about identification rates, disproportionality, what it means to identify students at an early age for certain disabilities, the role of multi-tiered systems of support in that work, and how we help schools and parents and families to understand this process. The second area is really around IEP development and implementation and post-secondary transition planning, right? So we've talked a lot about development of high quality IEPs, and most importantly, orienting those IEPs so that when students leave their K-12 career, they are prepared for what comes next, whether that's continuing education, whether it's vocational training, whether it's competitive employment, all of that thinking about, we want to start thinking about those things as soon as we're working with our preschoolers and our elementary students, right? We want to have an eye for transition planning and how are we preparing them to be adults who can live, work, and play in communities of their choice. The third area is around the Applied Studies Diploma and related curriculum and resources. And I think this is something that I was most excited to see reflected in the JLARC report, is really saying, hey, what are we doing to help school divisions serve students with the most significant cognitive disabilities, and ensuring that when they leave with the board-approved diploma of applied studies, that that's meaningful. And given the work that you guys have done in this area, we've really pushed the envelope with working with local school divisions. You all know we've worked with Richmond City this year and have a schedule to work with additional local school divisions next year on really helping them to develop robust curriculums around the Applied Studies Diploma. And while still having high expectations for academic work, blending that with what we know needs to happen on a functional level, but much more importantly, on an area to orient kids to be prepared for competitive work and employment once they leave school. The fourth area is really around inclusion, and I think this is something that has always been a huge passion for us in Virginia. You know that we have our inclusive practices guide. We spend a lot of time with our training and technical assistance centers around growing inclusive opportunities, and most importantly, the professional development we've done in areas such as co-teaching and our content teaching academies really stresses the fact that we feel that the least restrictive environment for so many of our students is to be with their general education peers as much as possible and creating those opportunities for inclusive education and activities. The last two are really areas that I think hit really close to home for us at the department. The next area is recruiting and retaining qualified special education teachers. Unless you've been living under a rock for the past decade, we know that special education teachers are always one of the critical shortage areas that we have for teachers, right? We know that there is a disturbing pattern that we lose our special education teachers within the first 5 years of their service. We tend to float more provisionally licensed teachers in special education than in other content areas. And we know that our pipeline, meaning students that are engaging in personnel preparation and teacher development programs, definitely has lessened over the last few years. And you all know, because you help us to review our annual plan, that that is a huge commitment of resources that we make every year to help stand up those programs in various ways across the Commonwealth to really ensure that there is no wrong door for individuals wanting to be special education teachers. And finally, and probably most importantly for us at the department, is the state supervision and monitoring of Virginia's special education system. I think we've seen some pretty significant swings in the federal government's idea of what this monitoring should look like, and Virginia has tried its best to keep up with that. But we're really in a period now where I think we've been able to step back and say, okay, what are the best things that we've done over the last 10 years in monitoring, and how can we really have a new focus and approach for our work that we do with local school divisions to ensure that they're offering quality programs, supports, and resources to students. And most importantly, with that results-driven focus, are those students then successful once they leave their local school division? So I'm going to break up these areas of focus in just a couple of items and let you know what they look like. So we talked a little bit about student eligibility, and so this falls out in a couple of different ways for us. One, defining our terms and eligibility for students with disabilities, making sure that our practices, policies, and procedures are set up so that students are identified correctly. There's not an issue with misidentification due to everything from language acquisition or developmental issues that need to be considered. It's really making sure that teams are prepared and informed to make those decisions, because we know how critical that decision point is for students. And much more importantly, that we're providing guidance and resources for local school divisions. Many of you have probably worked in and with school divisions that have gone through our regional trainings. Marie Ireland is a great example of someone who's out there continually working with our professionals to help align their work to quality identification and eligibility practices, and much more importantly, monitoring their own data to see what does it look like to be a student with special education in Jefferson County, right? Who do we identify? What do we identify them for? And what happens to them throughout their school career. We really want to make sure that we are engaging school divisions so that they feel that they can take that role on, right? It's not just the state monitoring. It really should be local school division central office taking a look across all of the schools and saying, what are we noticing in patterns and data and information? And this is a critical pipeline to make sure that staff and specialists are functioning in a way that is aligned with what we know to be best practice. This field is consistently and constantly changing. It's informed by research and analysis. And I think given a huge focus that we've had on the department and looking at this work with an equity lens, we really start to pick up on, hey, how can we do this better? And much more importantly, how can we encompass diverse needs of the students that are coming to us? We always want to remind school divisions, and this is a great way to do it, that you don't have to wait for the department, right, to do something. Providing guidance around eligibility identification is not new. Hank and I were around back in 2016 when we kind of did this traveling roadshow around the state to help school divisions engage in this work in a much more meaningful way. And so we really want to continue to help them develop their capacity to look at their quantity thresholds as well as their responsibility to this work. I mentioned about IEP development and the importance of quality transition planning. We know that IEP development is a key role of this, right? The difference is having a really good plan and then executing that plan. We've done a lot of work around the state, particularly with a focus on Virginia IEP, which allows for what we know is a high quality structured program and product to help individuals and teams develop individualized education plans. We have some really exciting news. It's our last cohort this year for Virginia IEP, cohort 5. And I think that the latest count is up to 111 local school divisions that are engaging in that process with us. And that's just exciting to think about. One, we can really speak to what they're using and how they're using that to develop IEPs. But it also creates a really great back and forth with us with local school divisions to be able to review IEPs as part of our monitoring process, and much more importantly, to help them look at their data with a critical eye. We are relaunching and reorganizing many of the IEP resources we have on VDOE to make them more accessible, and then really thinking about how can we create opportunities for folks to learn how to develop things like high quality present levels of performance, high quality IEP goals. And for all of our educators joining us today, you know that there's a fine line, right? We used to talk about things like goal banks and really helping folks to see what does this look like, but then also making sure that we're giving them the opportunity to develop individualized goals for students. We don't want to see the same goal used across multiple kids, right? We want that team to have the flexibility, but so we're trying to balance our guidance to show them what is best and what are those great components, and then allowing for that individualized and creative discussion at the team level as well. A big focus that we've seen in legislation this session has also been around a training module for IEP team members. And I think many of the concerns we continue to bring back, of course, is around special education teachers, but hey, what about the development of our school administrators and our general education teachers? How are we helping them to be quality members of our IEP team and to bring their expertise and experience in a way that can really help to inform that work? And so I think this is one of the areas that I've seen a lot of excitement around from special education teachers and local special education directors. They are hungry for this resource and want their admin at local schools as well as their general ed teachers to have more information. And that kind of bleeds over into preparation programs too, right? Like we want to hit them with this while they're in studying to be an assistant principal or to be a math teacher so that everyone's a special education teacher. I know that sounds crazy, not for us because we're special ed, but we want everyone to have that understanding of how to serve students with diverse abilities and different learning styles. Wouldn't it be great if we all had that lens in our practice? This also works really closely with the monitoring focus that we do. I mentioned Virginia IEP, but that also creates a really nice, seamless, facilitated process for us at the state level to work with local school divisions and monitoring their IEPs and validating data that we receive through things like their indicator submissions for our huge federal report that we do. And we know that it's also really important that this is where inclusion happens, right? If we plan for it, we can execute it. And so how are we creating IEPs that are developed inclusively and that services and supports are happening in an inclusive environment? I mentioned the applied studies work, and you know, if you can't tell, right, transition and the work around applied studies are so close to my heart. I think when you have witnessed the ability of individuals with cognitive disabilities and the potential that they have to be meaningful contributors in an employment setting in their communities and to live independent lives. It's so exciting to think about what we can do if we prepare students and their families appropriately, right? So really thinking about how are we helping parents to make informed decisions. And I know something, I meet periodically with a group of advocacy organizations, and I think what I hear from them all the time is that parents need quick, easy reference points around their decisions, right? So they say that, hey, I'm making a decision today for Sam in 3rd grade, but I need to know what that's going to look like for Sam when she's a high school senior. And so we have done a lot of work over the last few weeks in developing accessible guidance for families around, for example, the Applied Studies Diploma so that they know what that choice means and what it looks like. And we know that it's not just identifying that as the appropriate diploma for a student, right? It's then what's next? How do we think about developing a curriculum that is robust to meet the needs of such a special population of students? And I'm really excited, and I'm hopeful that as part of this work, we can bring you back some real world experience of what this has looked like with Richmond City. You guys know we've been engaged with Richmond City for a number of years around school quality, but we have been able to work with the special education leadership there in such a meaningful way around making significant program changes around their curriculum and professional development for teachers working with students with significant cognitive disabilities. And I will not speak for them, but what a great opportunity for you to hear from folks, boots on the ground, what this looks like and what we've been able to do in a successful partnership to support their teachers. I mentioned that this is just the beginning of that work. We have a group of local school divisions ready next year who have seen what's happened in Richmond and want to be a part of that. And so I think that's a great example. And sometimes you guys, I would say not sometimes, all the time, you don't get to hear from teachers and students enough. So we'll think about how, if you're interested in this, how we can help to support that conversation and kind of see what that has looked like on a local school division level. You know, I mentioned the recruitment and retention of special education teachers, and we continue to see this as a high area of need. We also continue to see as a high area of need, how do we support our early career professionals in special education? How do we develop opportunities for mentorship, coaching, to help them achieve full licensure? And then how do we create the opportunity to increase the pipeline of special education teachers then becoming leaders within their schools and their school divisions? You all know that I have a passion for development, right? If it were my plan, we would have a special education teacher as a superintendent for every school division in the Commonwealth. And you know that we devote a lot of time to work like Aspiring Leaders and our new Directors Academy. But I think we need to start pushing that down even further, right? How are we helping to support and develop young teachers as they come to the field and really make sure that they not only have long careers, but that they have fulfilling and quality careers, right? That they feel like they have an understanding and a mastery of the work that they're doing. And I think this is a much more multifaceted problem for us to work on, right? It involves our higher ed facilities. It involves the structure and capacity of our local school divisions to meet the needs of their teachers. And it involves us bringing individuals to the profession that are diverse and come from a diverse level of experience, that look like the students that we're working with and really can lend themselves to supporting kids. And so this is something that I'm really looking forward to working with my colleagues in teacher education licensure at the state, as well as the folks in higher education, thinking about how we can help to develop folks, not only in the special education teacher pot, but most importantly, what about our general education teachers and our principals and our assistant principals? And I mentioned before, you know, I know it sounds trite, but how can we prepare everyone to teach students with disabilities, right? How can we prepare everyone to look at students that are different and diverse and need differentiation? And we know that benefit is not just for students who are identified as students with disabilities, right? That really is the changing nature of the kids that are sitting in our classrooms. And I heard the tail end of some public comment, but think about the impact that this has had on the provision of virtual education. Think about how many teachers and administrators are probably grappling with the fact that even students who are neurotypical, you know, have challenges when it comes to virtual education and learning remotely. And I think that's one benefit of the pandemic, right? It's shown us that there are so many diverse needs and supports that are required to help everyone be successful. Let's think about that instead of just pigeonholing students with disabilities, right? This is something that we can really do to support a variety of students and professionals. And I'm sorry, I see chats popping up. I can't see them, but when I close out, we'll have some time for questions and comments. I'd love to hear some feedback. So I mentioned the last bucket was really around monitoring, and I think this is something, because you all hear regularly from us in our state performance plan, it is really something you are helpful in advising us on. You know, one thing I think that we've noticed over the last few years, particularly when it comes to federal guidance, is, you know, it's been this balance between compliance and results-driven accountability. And if you remember back in the Obama administration, it was all about RDA, right? How are we focusing on students, making sure that when they leave us, they are successful. Under the Trump administration, we really saw kind of a reversion back to compliance space. You know, how are we making sure they're doing the good things 100% of the time and the bad things 0% of the time? And there really was like this. They were two separate things. Under the current administration in the early days, right, it seems like those are coming together in a way. And I think for us in Virginia, we have seen firsthand the success of utilizing a results-driven accountability approach. And so I don't feel comfortable sacrificing that work to compliance. I think there is a middle road there for us to really think about how can we do both of those things better, and how can we work with school divisions to make sure that even though monitoring may look different, how are we still keeping the focus on our students? And so I look forward. We're doing some beta testing currently with school divisions on a couple of new tools that we're using. We're also working very closely with our federal counterparts in the development of that. And so I'm hopeful that we'll bring back some updates and really help to orient you all to a new monitoring approach that will start in the 2021-2022 school year. So I'm going to transition now to just talking about a couple of high points from the 2021 General Assembly session. It's always tricky to do this presentation this time of the year because things are kind of up in the air. We've got budget language, we've got legislation that can either be signed or vetoed. I don't really think anything that I present here is going to change dramatically, but just a disclaimer that when we get together next time, I'll be able to provide much more detail. I think also that the board is going to prepare its typical annual report that it does on legislation, and we'll make sure you guys get a copy of that. If you're new or if you don't remember, that report is typically broken up into topical areas for legislation, so you'll things like school safety, students with disabilities, school transportation. It's a really nice way to kind of get a heads up as to what's out there without getting mired down in too much detail. Believe it or not, this year's session was a short session. It didn't feel short to us because there was a lot of work for us, particularly in special education, because we did see the impact of the JLARC studies on proposed legislation, right? This is how this is supposed to work. Those recommendations are taken by legislators, and then legislation is developed, and there's a back and forth process through both the House of Delegates and the State Senate, on what that looks like. There's a lot of discussion. There's a lot of questions. Sometimes we have to provide clarification or information as folks request it. But I think we've also seen a huge impact on COVID-19 on bills, things from student health to vaccines to reopening and in-person learning. And so I know that that is also something that's of interest to the SEAC. And so we will provide some really great detail on some of the bills that passed and that impact on school reopening, and really thinking about how that orients us for next school year as well. I always like to remind folks what it looks like on our side for the GA process. Those bills come into our policy office. We help to make sure that the governor and the secretary are informed about what that legislation looks like, that they have the information that they need, that they can have those conversations at the executive level. Oftentimes we may be asked to testify. That didn't happen this year, but we were able to provide responses to questions that legislators had. And I think something great that we did different is we did do a legislative briefing for legislators out of our policy office. And I think that was something that really helped to proactively answer some questions and make sure that folks knew we were here if they needed us. We monitor those bills and the development, and that's kind of what you're seeing now is the fruits of that work. And then for past legislation, we obviously add that to a work plan for us for the upcoming year. And so for those of you who like to troll the superintendent's memos that are on our website, you've seen a lot of guidance come out from our department recently around applied behavior analysis, around safe and secure school environments. And so that is really work that came from the 2020 General Assembly. And so we really kind of work throughout the year to make sure we're completing guidance, we're getting things out there as required, and just making sure that we're able to provide updates as needed. So there obviously are some next steps to this process involving you guys as well as many of the other folks that we work with. We obviously, and this is a great example of how we communicate this work to our stakeholders. I'm doing this presentation with you all today. I'll be sharing the same information with special education directors. We'll be updating the board, and hopefully in keeping a lot of folks aware of this, we're helping folks to understand and then also be able to advocate for themselves as well. I did have this conversation with some of the advocacy organizations I work with. They typically are very involved in the General Assembly session. So we feel that it's helpful for us to let them know where things are so they can then turn around and communicate that to the advocates, families, and parents that they work with and that they support. It's becoming more and more prevalent that we're doing this work year-round. Our work with legislators extends well past and well beyond the session dates that we have every year. But we really feel that at the department, it's our job to deliver this information to the field and to make sure that we are responsive to those requests. The department does not typically have opinions or makes judgment calls on legislation. As a state office, it's really our job to inform and to provide that information to folks out in the field so that they can advocate and then provide feedback to the department. And so I'm going to pause here and I'm going to stop sharing. I've got you guys know how to reach me. There is Bitmoji Sam. So doesn't she look put together? You guys don't even know what the bottom half of my body looks like today, but imagine that I have those cute boots on. Helps us in our virtual world. So yeah, I see some questions and things popping in. I'm going to pause here, Hank and Christine. I'd love to answer questions, or most importantly, take comment and feedback from SEAC members on any areas of focus that they would like for us to track and bring back, either a specific legislation or specific JLARC recommendations. I do have a couple of things in mind to help share with us during our next meeting. And in the interim, like I said, we'll be providing much more robust information as things fall out from the General Assembly. But just want to say thank you guys so much for having me with you here today. I'm happy to answer any questions and would love to engage in some conversations or hear your thoughts from what's happened over the last couple months in session.
Thank you, Dr. Hollins. Questions from the committee? No questions. Oh.
It is so much information.
Christine?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to tell Dr. Hollins that as a teacher, especially as a teacher on the elementary level, I'm really excited to hear about the process for the curriculum that is being developed for the applied studies, and that you all are, going all the way down to the 3rd grade level as we talk about that information so that we can really inform the parents. And this is exciting. I'm seeing excitement. I'm excited about it. I'm also excited in the fact that we are at a right place right now as we talk about equity in all areas across the state, that this is the perfect place to make a society difference for all of us. And so I'm just really excited for all the work that's being done in that area.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate those comments. I'm excited. I think the department's really excited too. The timing could not have been better for us really to show what this looks like, boots on the ground. And so I took some notes. I would love to bring you guys back a couple of excerpts and just let you take a look at what we're really talking about, because I think it's one thing to think about the applied studies, and it's another to kind of unpack that. Well, what does that look like in a day in a classroom? What activities are we doing? How are we thinking about that approach? And I just think it would really be helpful to inform you all and perhaps to give us feedback on what we should be thinking about as we grow this project next year. And by that point, we'll also have our great 1 to 2 page resource on applied studies and some videos for parents and families. So would love to bring that back and have you guys available and to take it and run with it. But yeah, it's great to think about what we're capable of doing, particularly with a close partnership with local school divisions. So thank you so much. Mike, I see your hand is raised.
Hey, Dr. Hollins. First of all, thanks for getting me involved with that VAP stuff. I appreciate it. It's an honor. And then secondly, I wanted to talk about mental health a little bit and just kind of get your feedback as the leader. I think mental health is kind of the critical issue as we're kind of transitioning back to hopefully whatever normal is now for students and for teachers and staff. I think there's a big challenge right now getting enough professionals available for the students. I know I'm saying that at least general ed and special ed students. And I was just wondering what kind of resources are potentially going to be available for teachers, because they've just been through such a huge transition. And I'm a professional coach by trade, so I'm always concerned about how does this experience limit or propel us forward in the future. So I just getting it. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but just like, what are you guys thinking about that? Because we've got to make sure that the teachers, because they're such an integral part of that local IEP team, which I'm always worried about. How can we make sure those teachers have got the resources? Because right now you can't get an appointment with a counselor in Roanoke. You just can't, not for like 3 months privately. Thanks.
Yeah, no, Mike, I think that's such a great question and so timely. So a couple of things. One, I do just want to recognize Mike, who is serving such a critical role in our stakeholder process for the new development of the Virginia Alternate Assessment Program. If you, want to get an update on that or get feedback, Mike has just been a great person to remind folks of the voice of parents and families in that process. And so a big thanks, because that is a lot of time and effort. But getting back to your question, you are absolutely right. I think we have seen this area of mental health in our schools as it's always been important to us, right? You guys know that before the pandemic, we were working on social emotional learning, thinking about trauma-informed care, and integrating that into our work through multi-tiered systems of support. But wow, did March blow that all out of the water? And thinking about now, of most importantly, how are we not only supporting individuals now in this crazy state of limbo virtual, but when kids come back to us, how are we really making sure that they're supported and that our staff are supported? And so a couple of things I do want to put on your radar. One is a reminder that in the first couple of waves of CARES Act funding, there were huge pots of resources identified for mental health and school support. And so we saw a lot of school divisions jump on that bandwagon to say, hey, we're going to use this funding to support more mental health professionals in our schools. We're going to use it to hire extra school counselors, school psychologists, school social workers. So we saw a lot of that. We also saw a lot of school divisions that said, hey, we want to focus on social emotional learning, and we're going to use this to support a screening mechanism so that we can help to gather intel about what our kids need and how we can give it to them. You may have heard early this morning that the new American Rescue Act was passed, which is a whole new batch of COVID-related funding coming to local school divisions. Dr. Lane tweeted out last night, it looked close to, millions of dollars for our local school divisions. I think this is incredibly important for our local SEACs to be aware of, that this funding is coming down, and that the department will create opportunities to get that funding to support mental health needs in their schools. And so to me, it's a pivotal role to say, hey, what are we doing in Jefferson County to support this? I know that our kids need help. What are we going to put in an application for? How are we going to support that? Because it's really important. And we have helped to craft that work kind of around 4 main buckets. And I'll provide some follow-up to you guys in this area. The first is thinking about how are we creating that in a multi-tiered framework so that we can then deploy those resources and supports in a way that's meaningful, right? We know that some kids are going to need a little bit of support and some kids are going to need a lot of support. And how do we help to kind of bridge that gap and make sure that folks have what they need? We know that social emotional learning, particularly with a trauma-informed care lens, is really important, right? How are we creating resources and access to things like SEL curriculum? How are we helping teachers to conduct morning meetings and help kids voice their feelings and get support from each other and from their teacher? 3, how are we increasing our staffing around this? And you guys know we have been such huge proponents of things like the decrease in ratio for school counselors, but how are we maximizing our community mental health providers, school psychs, school social workers, school nurses, school counselors? We know that now is not the time to be cutting back on those positions. It's also not the time to have our school nurse doing contact tracing 100% of the time and not available to kids who might need that service and support, right? So that's 3. And number 4, how are we providing training for our school staff to prepare them for this? But much more importantly, to support our staff themselves. How are we helping them to identify mental health concerns in themselves and their colleagues? Can you imagine the strain that's been put on our teachers over the last year, right? And you all know it's for all of us, right? Not only do we have our jobs, but then we also have our own families. Teachers who've been virtually teaching their students while having their own kids, out of range of the camera. And so we really do need to think about this as a lens for student and staff support. And so, I'm hopeful that through the work of the Virginia Learns Task Force, that I am helping Dr. Lane and Linda Revio with really focus on staff and student supports is going to be helpful. But much more importantly, we know to get things done, school needs resources. So how are we making sure that our school divisions are seeing this as a priority and they're seeking out that funding from the state to do the work that they need, and much more importantly, what it looks like for them, right? Mike brought up a great point. Access to services looks a lot different in Southwest Virginia than it does in Northern Virginia. So how are we using these resources in a way that's effective for our local communities? And we will push out some guidance on this newest level of funding. And so I think it's a great way, particularly for our regional reps, to put this on the radar of their local SEACs, so that they can make sure that they are having those conversations and engaging in those conversations. Thanks for the question, Mike. Yeah, any follow-up from anybody else? I know that's just such a huge topic and it's so important. It's been important for us the whole time, but gosh, can you think about when we bring kids back for either summer learning or as they walk in the door in August and September of 2021, right? How are we going to be prepared to support them? And it goes much more just beyond academic, work.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just about, especially for the teachers, you know how passionate I am about retention, but it's about people get that the vision casting that you're doing and that VDOE is doing is really much more important than people realize. Just giving the students and the staff hope that it's.
Absolutely. I appreciate that, Mike. I think that's the first step. And then our next step is to make sure that folks have what they need at the local level. And that's where you guys can be indispensable to us as well.
Dr. Hollins.
Hey, Matt.
How are you today? Thanks for your information, like always. I just wanted to commend you guys in the Center for Transition Innovations on the Workplace Readiness Skills Toolkit that you guys developed that parents could use as a resource at home during this challenging time with how to implement transition activities. And I was wondering if there could be more of those things in the future to help parents as resources. And I know there's a lot out there, but I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Matt. We're really excited about that resource. And I know that Hank has probably shared with you guys, we're really thinking about, we're really amping up our staffing to support family engagement at the department. We now have a family engagement coordinator, and we're going to have a specialist to augment that work. And so we're really hopeful that, our Gov delivery for parents and families is a great example of, we know that there is so much information out there for our parents and families. How do we get them what they need in a ways that are accessible, right, and realistic? And I just want to say a big thanks to Suzanne and the folks at PTSI who continue to help us find creative ways to do that. Yes, the answer is more of those are coming. And much more importantly, I mentioned that there have been a few positives, right, that have come out of this crazy time, but one has been the access of parents and families around the state to our training and professional development opportunities. When we offer things online and at accessible on-demand ways, people can do that, right? Imagine that driving, lodging, all of that stuff is huge, complex for so many of our, that's just not possible. If they see that, they're like, that's not doable for us. But one benefit I think we have seen in our uptick of virtual opportunities is that we have more parents and families than ever engaging with us on those activities. And so that is something that we will continue moving forward. We've seen that reflected in our work with our youth as well, with our I'm Determined and our youth leads around the state. Kids are much better at this technology stuff than we are, and they have come to the forefront and have been there to support each other and to create those relationships. And wow, how much we have been blown away by the opportunities that we've been able to now shift to virtual, and that's made it more accessible for so many more people. And so, yeah, Matt, I think that's a great reminder of, making sure that we're developing resources with parents and families in mind at the front, not educators, right? And Tracy Lee and Hank are always great about keeping me on the path, but we really have enjoyed working with a variety of our advocacy organizations. Like I said, PTSI has just been amazing. We're so pleased with the work that's been on Transition University, and, we just want to continue to do that more and better. And yeah, who knew that, and I'll be honest, in my own life, sometimes I say no to activities because thinking about packing my kids up in the car gives me a panic attack. Shocking that would be for everybody, right? And so I think that's been one silver lining for us, is really to think more creatively about how we offer certain opportunities. And it's been great because it's brought parents and families to the table that have never engaged with us before. And much more importantly, they give us feedback that is so valuable. And so it's been great. I appreciate that feedback too, Matt.
Thank you.
And Dr. Hollins, how do you see that affecting things like school calendars in the future? Obviously, in-service days, half days that we have off for parent conferences, things like that. I mean, do you see the technology really keying on that to help all our youngsters, especially special ed youngsters?
Yeah, Michael, I think that's a great point. I think we saw this reflected in some of the GA legislation, right? Thinking about how to more creatively think about required hours and seat time. And, I think the answer is that it depends, right? So we think for a lot of these large scale events that we do around the state with enough notice and helping to create access, that's one thing. And for a lot of our school divisions, I think about in the Central Virginia corridor and Northern Virginia, technology is great. It's robust, they have access. But then we think about some of our counterparts in other regions, the Eastern Shore, South Virginia, Southwest. And I do think we also need to take a note of caution, because until broadband internet access is available across the state, we really want to make sure that we're creating those opportunities for truly everyone, right? And I think that's been a huge push we've seen from our state government leaders in getting that done. But until that's the case, I still think we take that approach with mindfulness. And to make sure we're creating opportunities, everything from paying for MiFi devices so that folks can use their phones in a different way. But yeah, I think it's going to continue to be an issue. And I think one thing that I've really pushed our TTACs in particular is that, hey, we have learned so much over the last year about the provision of virtual education. We know that it's going to continue to have a play for us in Virginia, right? There are going to be these digital learning days. Maybe snow days are going to look different, as I hear the collective no from everyone across the Commonwealth. But, yeah, right. I mean, the death of the snow day happened this year, guys, in case you missed it. But, for us, we've always thought about what does that look like for a student with a vision impairment? What does that look like for a student with a significant intellectual disability? And so we're now in the position of helping folks learn from this experience and get better about access and technology, as well as creating those unique pathways for folks who don't have access to some of that. And so, yeah, I think that's a huge continuing conversation for us. And I think it should be, in the back of the minds of the SEAC, thinking about, hey, virtual education is going to continue to be here. How are we going to make sure that we continually bring back a focus for students with disabilities within that work? Because we know it looks different for our kids, right? We know that access and that type of instruction isn't just, putting an assignment on Blackboard and walking away.
Thank you.
And Christine, just really quickly, I do want to offer a personal remark. I learned yesterday that Jim Rothrock, who was the commissioner of DARS, passed away. And, it hit me really hard. Jim was such an amazing colleague, and many of you, I'm sure, had the opportunity to work with Commissioner Rothrock in a variety of ways. He has been an advocate for individuals with disabilities, I really think his whole life. I'm sure it was a young age, but he was such a larger-than-life force and played such a key role in supporting me professionally and personally, but really helping us to get things off the ground, like our Project Search, like Start on Success, and so many other collaborative processes. I know you're not supposed to have a favorite, but DOE definitely considers DARS as a very close sister agency. And so just want to make sure that you guys were aware so that you could share that with your colleagues. And Matt, I just want to let you guys know that we're here for you. I know that you were really close to the commissioner, and just wanted to let you guys know we're thinking about you and the whole family at DARS.
Thank you so much, Samantha. He was definitely a person that inspired me, motivated me to become a better person and a better professional. I think he served under 4 governors, 16 years as a commissioner. Pretty impressive. So thank you for recognizing him.
No, you're welcome. And yeah, just such an amazing career. And I know I sent my personal condolences to Kathy Hayfield, who's the current commissioner. I know worked very closely with Jim for a number of years. So just wanted to let you guys know we were thinking about you. Thanks so much, Christine.
Thank you, Dr. Hollins, and thank you for sharing all that you shared with us throughout your report. As we begin to start working on the annual report later today, making our recommendations, I think you did a fantastic job of explaining, like, there are processes in place that if I'm understanding correctly, are a little outside of our wheelhouse, but as they apply to us and us making recommendations to the Board of Education, what specifically should we focus on with it from that JLARC study? Because a lot of it was work to the General Assembly to then, do something, with respect to the Department of Education or the Board of Education. Do you want us to prioritize, make recommendations to prioritize the eligibility sheets, to have a clearer definition of the communication with local SEACs or local school divisions? Where do you see us sort of, if you can offer any guidance, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, Christina, I think that's a great question. So what I'm hoping to do is that at our next meeting, really separate the things out for you that we are already doing or have already done, right? I see it as a huge benefit to have SEAC really advise the board on where those priorities are. And so many of the things that have been outlined for us to do, or to improve guidance or to issue, organization around the parent ombudsman, those are things we're steadily checking off on our list, right? We're making sure those things are getting done. I think the role that you all have is around, all right, we've seen what the department has done. There are these things remaining that the department has not done, either because they look different or that there is a role there for local school divisions to play. And I think that is really where the full weight of the SEAC can be best utilized in thinking about, hey, how do we put it out there for the board so that they know these are the most important things that you need to have in your mind and that we need to be holding local school divisions accountable for, right? We want general education teachers and administrators to be better informed and better prepared to come to the table during IEP meetings. I think that's something we continuously come back around to. We want supports and resources for students who have significant cognitive disabilities around the applied studies work. We want to focus on secondary transition because whatever happens pre-K through 12, we want our kids to leave with a meaningful outcome far beyond their years in the educational system, right? I think those are some of the things, and that's just my personal opinion, but I think it creates an opportunity for the SEAC to weigh really heavily on a handful of things that make the biggest difference for our kids, and that given your experience, that parents and families need the most support in, right? And so I just want to make sure that you all had that information laid out as clearly in front of you as possible. And I'm hopeful that we can take some of the comments back from today and orient our piece to that. But I think what'll be really helpful is that I'll be able to kind of show you, these are the recommendations that we haven't been able to fully roll out yet, and this is why. And that should be a conversation for you guys to say, okay, how are we going to address this challenge, and who are we going to hold accountable for it?
Okay, thank you. Hank, I'm gonna ask you, at what part do you want to that our outgoing members, are we going to hold off on that till after our presentation? I apologize.
No, I'd asked Dr. Hollins to do it at the end of her presentation because I believe she has to leave and get to another meeting, not right away, but very soon afterwards. So I think now would be the most appropriate time.
Okay. Then Dr. Hollins, I'm going to give you the floor again.
Great. Well, I just want to formally recognize a number of our members that are having their terms expire on June 30th. It's crazy to think that we have been together. I really feel like the last year should have just gone in a different way because we haven't had enough time with each other face to face. But just want to take the opportunity to recognize these folks. And I see that we also have certs that we're going to be mailing to folks and having those trained. This is our typical opportunity. But I know I speak for Christine and Hank when I say how grateful we are, not just for the professional expertise that you've brought to SEAC, but much more importantly, the personal one and the sacrifice of time that you could have spent doing a lot of other things, but that you've taken to serve your state and to serve the Commonwealth, particularly with providing a lot of valuable feedback to us as we help to improve the lives of individuals with disabilities and their families. And so I'm just going to roll through the folks that we have with us and how long they have served on SEAC, because I think when you recognize that, it's really crazy to think about. So first I'm going to recognize Jill. Jill Sowers is with the Department of Juvenile Justice, and Jill has been with us for the last 6 years. Jill, it feels like it's been 6 months, but I think, is Jill with us today? I don't see her popping up on my screen.
Yeah.
Oh, there she is. Hey, Jill, do you want to say a couple of things? We'd love to hear from you.
Yes, and I'm almost glad we're doing this virtually, because I think if we were doing it in person, I might actually get emotional, and that's outside of my wheelhouse. So this is probably a little easier this way. And I just want to say it's been such a pleasure and privilege to serve 6 years on this committee. I certainly have learned a lot over the years, some things we have in common as schools across the state of Virginia, and also what's different. But regardless, we do have a common goal, and we work together, and the work that we've done has given me a very special opportunity to grow both personally and professionally. I'll miss everyone, but leaving means someone else will have this opportunity going forward. So thank you. And I guess I should say goodbye, because today's my last meeting other than the executive committee tomorrow. So goodbye to everyone who I won't see tomorrow.
Well, thank you so much, Jill. I think one thing that Jill continues to do is to always remind us of students that are being served in facilities and programs that we don't often think about first. And so, Jill, thank you just for your continued advocacy and for your obvious passion in the work. I know that while your role on SEAC is coming to a close, I look forward to many more opportunities for us to work together. Thanks again, Jill. All right, our next recognition is for Joan Sumner. Joan has served as our Region 3 parent for the last 6 years. Joan, I just want to say thank you on behalf of the Commonwealth, but most importantly on Region 3. I know you have been key in bringing back so many information points and resources to our families and parents, and we'd love to hear if you want to share some information with us and share your thoughts.
Well, thank you. Well, it's truly been an honor to serve, and you know, I've certainly built some long-lasting relationships that I hope to continue. You know, as time goes on, I've gotten a new perspective on special education. You know, the speakers and the staff from the VDOE have just given me a new perspective on what goes on behind the scenes and how involved and dedicated these folks are, and it's truly inspiring. So with that, I'll bid you all farewell and thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Joan. We're so appreciative of all the work you've done and really look forward to you helping to support Region 3. And as always, let us know if there's anything we can do to help you in your journey. The next recognition I want to do is for Reagan. Reagan Stiltner is our Region 7 parent, and Reagan's been with us for the last 3 years, and I think has done such a great job of sharing information from Region 7 and bringing that perspective. You know, Region 7 being far Southwest Virginia often has some really unique challenges and circumstances associated with that work. And so, you know, oftentimes it's so great for us to hear feedback. And so is Reagan with us today? I don't see Reagan.
Reagan and Tashu are not with us this morning.
All right. Well, we will recognize them anyway and make sure that they receive their frames, and it would be great if you guys have the opportunity to reach out. I know Christine and Hank always do such a great job of making sure our folks feel appreciated, because it is a lot of work that goes into your service. And I know that Tasha's not with us today either, but Tasha Mason has served as our Region 8 parent for 6 years. And Tasha, I think, always has such a great way of bringing information to the committee and helping us talk through some really complex issues. And, you know, she just always has a smile on her face, and I appreciate that positive energy so much with the work that we do. And I know Tasha's not with us today, but I know we'll pass on our congratulations and thanks for her service as well. So big thanks to Reagan and Tasha, even though they're not with us today. And last, but certainly not least, if you guys know that I have a sweet spot for DARS, I definitely have a sweet spot for Matt Luther. Matt has just been such a key, you know, this role is so important for us, right? And thinking about what we can do to support individuals. And, you know, it's rare that you come across a professional who has spent so much time and so much service within, you know, a single priority area. And Matt has just done such an amazing job in his career and will continue to do an amazing job. But gosh, Matt, how much we have learned from you during your service to State SEAC. And I just want to say thank you so much for being our DARS rep for the past 6 years. And you will be so, so missed.
Well, I can't say thanks enough. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with so many committed people, so many wonderful people, and the leadership starts with you, Sam, and it just trickles down. Hank, it's been a pleasure. I can't joke about food anymore. I got to be serious for being recorded today. So I would personally say something to everybody. We don't have enough time. We all need a break. I just want to say thank you. And I want to say, I know you guys got a great group of people to keep this moving forward. And I'm going to try to stay as involved as I can on the other end to help any way I can. And I just want to say thanks again. It's been a true pleasure. And if anyone wants to come visit Goats, you know you're always welcome.
So we will be planning a field trip for therapy goats as soon as we can be back together. But thank you so much, Matt. We've really enjoyed your professional expertise, but you know, your personal approach has just always kept a smile on everyone's face. So thank you for all the work you have done and will continue to do. And I'm sure we'll continue to hear from Matt in the future. So thanks for your service. With that, Christina, Hank, I'll turn it over to you. What a great way to start our morning. I know we're backing into a break, and I do have to jump on a call with State Executive Council, but I'll see you guys soon, and I'll shoot you a copy of the presentation. Please don't hesitate to reach out to me, or if anything comes to you after our time together today, you know, I'd love to hear from you. So Christine and Hank, thank you guys so much for the opportunity to be with you this morning.
Thank you, Dr. Hans. We always appreciate your presence and your insight and your information. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us, and thank you to our outgoing members. Your presence, your service is truly going to be missed.
And
Go ahead, Hank.
And just a reminder for those that are leaving, those certificates that I posted will get a gold seal put on them. And once that's done, I will put them in a frame and get them delivered to you by some kind of postal service, or for my neighbor, Joan, I'll just bring it over to your house.
Fantastic, fantastic. So I know we've got our special guests are here this morning, but if I could ask for your permission to indulge the committee in a 5-minute break, it would be greatly appreciated, and you would have our full attention. Thank you for the head nod. So it is 9:32. Let's come back at 9:37, and we will be joined by our special guest. Thank you so much.
Terry, Gail, and Jessica, welcome. I've got you set up to where you can share your screen so you can drive your PowerPoint on your own.
Perfect, Hank. Thank you. We'll see you after the break.
Excellent.
Okay, it is 9:37. I'm hoping that everybody is making their way back to their screens. We are very fortunate to have a wonderful team from the TIE Center. We have Dr. Terry Vandercook, Dr. Gail Gear, and Dr. Jessica Bowman, who thankfully, because of technology, can join us virtually here this morning and not have to hop on a plane and whatnot. So we're very thankful to have you all joining us this morning. And at this time, I will turn the floor over to you.
Great. Thank you, Christine, and good morning, everyone. We are so pleased to be here to talk with you today about supporting inclusive school communities where all really does mean all. I am Terry Vandercook, and I serve as the Assistant Director to the TIE Center.
You'd think after a year I'd figure out I'm muted. I'm Gail Gear, and I'm a research associate with the TIE Center. And prior to that, I was a special education director.
And I'm Jessica Bowman, and I'm also a researcher at the TIE Center.
So our objectives for our time with you today, we have three. We're going to provide a brief overview of the TIE Center and our resources. We're going to provide an overview of the 5C process, which is a planning process for instruction both at school and in distance learning. And then we're going to share a parent video focused on helping your child with academics at home, as well as some information on academic instruction in school. So that's the plan. Next slide. And we really want to welcome and encourage your participation throughout. So if you have questions or comments, you can use the chat feature. I also think it's fine to unmute and ask your questions verbally as well. And we'll try to pay attention and respond to those as we go. And we also will respond to questions and engage in conversation at the end. So please, let's make this a collaborative learning opportunity. Next slide. So TIE Center, for those of you who don't know who we are, the TIE Center is the National Technical Assistance Center on Inclusive Practices and Policies for those students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. And what does the TIE Center stand for? The T stands for time, and we want to increase the number of students who are included in grade level general education classrooms the majority of the school day. So meaning 80% or more of the day. We also focus, the I is on instructional effectiveness. So supporting collaboration across educators, general educators and special educators, specialized instructional support personnel to provide curriculum and instruction in those general education classrooms. The E stands for engagement. And when we talk about engagement, we're talking about engagement both in the general education curriculum and with age grade peers. And then the S stands for support, support at the state and district level, and having a shared ethic of thinking inclusion first. Next slide. So why have a TIE Center? Why have a National Technical Assistance Center to support students with significant cognitive disabilities to be included? This data kind of explains the reason for needing a center like this. So the circle graphic on your left is focused on data for all students. And so the green portion of that graphic indicates that 63% of all students with disabilities are included in their general education classroom 80% or more of the time. The circle graphic on the right is focused just on the data for students with significant cognitive disabilities. And you can see the small little green portion of the circle at the top. It shows that only 3% of those students are included 80% or more of the time, in their general education classrooms. And so obviously the data for them is much different and indicates that we need to be thinking and working together differently to impact that. Next slide. So why is this important? Who cares? Who cares if they're included? Well, a lot of people care, first of all, but it's also really important because we've got over 80 years of data that indicates that placement in general education settings positively impacts student outcomes. So that's an important reason to care. And it's not just impacting student outcomes when the students are in school, but it also positively impacts post-school outcomes. And we want to just focus on the latest research study that we've identified here, which is Kathy G. and her colleagues. So next slide. And that study, what Kathy G. did, she did a matched comparison study where, and this study was totally focused on those students with significant cognitive disabilities. And she ran the study over a 4-year period and looked at students who were supported and included in an inclusive setting, and then a matched group of students with significant cognitive disabilities who were served in a segregated setting. And this is the data from that 4-year study. Those students who were in inclusive settings, 100% of those students improved their communication and literacy skills. By contrast, the students served in segregated settings, 73% of those students made no progress in communication and literacy skills. Those served in an inclusive setting, 93% improved their numeracy skills. By contrast, those in the segregated setting, 67% made no progress in numeracy skills. And then that last piece of information, those students who were in a segregated setting, 7% of them not only made no progress, they regressed in their communication and numeracy skills. So the contrast in learning outcomes is really stark and very dismaying for those students who are not being served in inclusive settings. And so what the TIE Center is about is one piece of our technical assistance is creating products to support educators and families to work together to impact these outcomes, because we want those outcomes for each and every child. So I want to just show you a little bit our homepage so that you will be able to access and make use of the resources. And Jessica, can you keep clicking so we can see the whole, all of it? There, thank you. And one more time. So the bar at the top, that's at the top of our homepage on our website, and it just shows you the different things that you can access. And then the TIE series, resource series, those are also on our homepage and take you directly to those series of resources. So we have resources on foundations of inclusion, communicative supports, and I'll show you a little bit more about those in a minute. Gail is going to talk a little bit about the distance learning series, and Jessica is going to talk a little bit about the parent video series. But the other thing that I want to point out is when you go to our homepage, if you click on that resources button at the top, the search engine to your left, that will show up in the resource section, and you'll be able to look for materials that you're interested in, either by audience or by topic or by type of resource. So I just wanted to let you know about that. Next slide. So this is you can just see the range of topics that are covered in our foundations tips. So tips is TIE's Inclusive Practice Series. And so they're short little pieces on these various topics. Next slide. And then these are the 5 tips that are currently in the communications tips series. And so focused on supporting students' communication needs, because obviously that's an extremely important focus, that each student having means of communication. Next slide. And then if you keep clicking on these, Jessica, we actually have 8 different briefs at the moment that we have created that are up on the website. And they're quick overviews of key content areas. And the briefs are focused on, the audience are both educators and family members, but some of the briefs are specifically, the primary audience are families. And those are the briefs that have the little blue tag at the bottom. And I'm not going to go into any detail about these except just to let you know they're there, except for one. I want to click on, Jessica, if you go to the next slide. I want to say just a bit about this first brief that we created, which is 10 reasons to support inclusive school communities for all students, because it kind of builds on the rationale that we were just talking about, the importance of that being included positively impacts student outcomes. Well, here are 10 additional reasons why inclusive school communities for all students is important. And the thing I want to point out about this resource, when you go to this resource on our webpage, you can get this as a, you can download it and you can get it as a document, but you also, the digital version of this resource, what we've done is for each of the 10 reasons, when you go to the digital version, you'll see additional resources that we've identified to support each of these 10 reasons. And those additional resources might be videos or podcasts or articles, but it just supports you to communicate with other people in other ways related to these 10 reasons. Next slide. We also have some reports which are more in-depth look at the research underlying inclusive school communities. And I think that's my very quick overview of the TIES Center and the resources we have. Gail is now going to share a little bit about that distance learning series that I referred to before, and then dig in and share more specifically about one of those resources, which is the 5C process.
Yeah. Thanks, Terry. Yeah, so I'm thinking it's hard for us. We've been talking this week a lot about it, that, you know, a year ago, we were all in the same position in the country where we all need to make a quick pivot to figure out what this distance learning was going to look like. We had actually at TIES had just really pretty much gone through kind of a you know, setting the priorities for the year and figuring out what we were going to do, and wham, you know, the pandemic is upon the country. And so with that, we did a really quick pivot, and we focused all our energy to a great extent on the TIES distance learning series. And at the time we were thinking about how do we get information out to teachers and parents and administrators that integrates pieces together. Because what we were seeing, I mean, when the pandemic started, everyone wanted to be helpful. And what they were seeing, at least I was getting a little bit overwhelmed by the number of lists I was seeing of different activities I could do or different resources I could go to. But how did they all fit together became the question. And in particular, we were also hearing you know, concerning things about, well, the students with significant cognitive disabilities can't be, this isn't going to work for them. So that was one other thing. How do we integrate? How do we have people picture that, yep, we can figure out ways to make this work? And then secondly, how did we saw more restrictive thinking coming forth in terms of, well, this needs to be separate pieces, or we need to, the students with significant cognitive disabilities, really, we need to forego any thoughts about inclusion at this point because we need to concentrate on certain things, or it's not possible. So that was the intent of our distance learning series. And we are now, I'll talk a little bit more at the end, but we're now at the point of, okay, the country is pivoting back again. What are we going to do? A lot of learning has come from this, and this is important learning to even bring into full-time into the classrooms now. So that's the point we're at. But if you go to, when you're on the, Terry showed you on our website how there's a big link on the front page to get to the distance learning series. At this point, there's 30 articles up there. Trying to keep them short, but we didn't make that goal all the time. The 5C process, I'm going to tell you, is one that did not get the short part on it. But we tried to make things that were very practical and useful, like I said, for people, that they could really see themselves and tell the story. You could see themselves in the stories. And we clustered them into, the table of contents is there now because we clustered them into what we consider to be the 3 top learning priorities for students. And you'll see this come out when I talk about the 5C process that Terry mentioned too. And the 3 top learning priorities are, and basically what we're saying, that if you think about a student's IEP and you're really pulling together a really holistic, rigorous program, then you're really thinking in these 3 buckets of areas for students to learn. And the first one is engaging in grade level academics and other, oh no, sorry, it's white at the moment, but participating in routines and transitions. Basically, those are those 100,000 teachable moments, or during a day and a school year, that you are embedded into what we do all day. And it is what all of us learn, to how to walk into a room and make sense of it and figure out how to join a group and have more inclusive opportunities. Just today, when we logged on, we kind of, I'm sitting here kind of not even realizing how much I'm trying to figure out how how the meeting is running and get a sense of you and trying hearing what's important to you. Well, those type of things they help us bridge that gap between joining new environments. How do we teach kids to participate in all those meaningful learning opportunities, and also help them to learn from them so they get information back? And then engaging in grade level academics and other essential skills. So that is one of the key pieces there, is the wording. Engaging in grade level academics is an essential skill. And so that's kind of a key piece there, because that's one of the pieces that we've seen across the country, is lots of times there's separate curriculums. There's really an isolated focus on IEP goals versus access to the curriculum. And the law is pretty clear on that all students need access to the grade level standards. And what does that look like? So, and then the other essential skills are the pieces that are, they're really, they're key too, but they're really dependent on the student to a greater extent. It might be some organizational skills. It might be some mobility type skills. It might be different communication needs that they have. It's all these other essential skills that go into providing access and independence in their environment. Interacting with others is another one, is our last kind of big bucket. And that's the importance of a student knowing that they're part of a community, that they have meaningful relationships where they are with grade level peers. And they're part of the fabric of their community. They're not a visitor to their community. And so when we're in our work at TIES, what has come out is that we think about these 3 buckets, and that if you're building programs that are thinking about all 3 of these, then you're putting together kind of a rigorous, holistic program. So I just saw something in the chat. I don't know, Jessica and Terry, are you kind of monitoring the chat? That would be, and then we can answer that. I'll keep going, and I'll stop in a second while you guys have a chance to read it. So with this in mind, when you go to the TIES Learning Center, to the TIES distance learning things, you can start at the index and get a sense of it. But the 5C process, I'll talk about, last March when we hit, when the pandemic hit, what did we do? Our thought was thinking about, we got to the point pretty quickly that students could be moving back and forth between school and in at-home instruction. They could be in some kind of a hybrid at some point. It could switch very quickly. We certainly have had that, where students now are returning to school. 2 weeks later, there's an outbreak of COVID in their school, and they're back on distance learning for another couple of weeks to go through a quarantine period. So we have seen that, where it's that back and forth, back and forth. How do we make sense of that? And how do we help the student who is the most at risk for learning how do we take the onus on it as the adults to make sure there's continuity between those environments, the instruction in both environments, and how do we streamline that process the most? And that's where the 5C process came to be.
Gail, I'm going to interrupt. Gail, I'm going to interrupt for just 1 minute and respond to that question in the chat. There's to type it all in. But just a couple responses to the question is, how do we help general educators buy into inclusive practices? 2 thoughts. One, all teachers, whether it's a general ed or special ed teachers, they need and want to know What role do they play and how can they support learning? And if they don't have a sense of that, then it's really hard to get buy-in. So part of that is helping each educator to understand the role they play in supporting student learning, whether that's student learning for a typical student or student learning for a child with more significant support needs. So that's huge. The other thing that's really, I think, a big component of that is providing the opportunity and structures for those general and special educators to collaborate, communicate with one another, again, related to understanding student need and what part each plays in supporting that student. And so, you know, you can't just say you need to do this. You have to make sure that you provide the support and structure and time for them to have those collaborative conversations. So sorry, but I couldn't put all that in the chat. Okay, be quiet again.
No, and I see Michael mentioned about, the owner, the collaboration models and dependent on teachers who pair together. True, but I mean, I think collaboration does open up opportunities where people come to understand and be less fearful of that joint ownership. And I think, that all kids are gen ed kids first. And that is clear in the law, but it's not clear in our practice. And it's not just for kids with significant cognitive disabilities, it's for kids with disabilities. And we sometimes see that for kids who are English learners, and we sometimes see that for other pieces. We have a tendency in our system to segregate kids rather than look at them first as all gen ed, and then what are the additional needs they have, what's supplementary. So I appreciate that comment. Jessica, can we go to the next slide? So what we tried to do in the 5C process was really look at, how do we get that continuity and how do we put together some programs, at least a framework that people could start working on to develop effective education in the last year. And it really underlies on two principles, and we've touched a little about on them. But one that we haven't is that first principle is learning priorities didn't change. They don't change between when you're at home or school or in your hybrid model. The learning priorities are with the student. How and when and what and how you handle them might and respond to them and teach to them will respond to it. It needs to be varied across the environments because it's just natural. You're in different teaching environments. But it doesn't, but the learning priorities are there. And if we started with that and didn't think we had to switch everything around to go to teach at home, to do distance learning, even though we knew it was going to be different and it was a challenge. We're not saying that this was solved everything, but it did move things farther forward for the continuity, but they don't change. And that's true of kids coming back. We've got to keep the priority on their learning standards. IEP goals may have needed to be modified because of the two settings. Sometimes they didn't. Honestly, they didn't. We just had to think about how to implement them. But the how, when, and where, what they did often, because you're in two different environments. And at home, the inclusive environment's the home. So, and then IEP is another piece. This isn't just related to distance learning. This is related to just kids in general, IEP, students with IEPs in general, is that there is this kind of myth out there that the IEP is the curriculum. And they don't, what it is the IEP and the gen ed curriculum are what students are learning. It's the two together, the marrying of them, the integration that's so important. And we did see examples of where in the distance learning piece, they really just were focusing on the IEP goals. And the IEP goals often were not connected to the gen ed curriculum. So they ended up with this very, very individualized, idiosyncratic type of a learning that was not at all giving kids access to the expanding their learning within what the gen ed curriculum offers. And we talked about all kids are gen ed first. So let's see, we got you guys. I'm going to trust you guys to be monitoring the post because these guys they're typing away. So, okay, Jessica, will you go to the next slide, please? Great. So let's talk a little bit about these 5 C's. You can dig in more to them like on the website, but what are 5 C's? The first one is components, and we went through them in the index, the learning components. They are the priorities. But what we're saying here, and I really caught on to the beginning of the conversation when we jumped on this call, was about post-school outcomes. What we believe and what we are supporting is that from the moment a student enters school, they are talking about the family is talking about their vision, their beliefs, their hopes for their child. What do they want when that child leaves school? And from that beginning, that becomes almost your North Star to try to work in that direction. Then each year you sit there and create your IEP around, well, what are the meaningful learning outcomes we need to focus on in those 3 buckets that we talked about? The participating in routines and transitions, engaging in grade level activities, grade level learning and essential skills, and then also interacting with others where they're really connected with their peers and other adults. You put the learning into them, so you keep moving in that direction. And we were actually just part of an IEP process where we've been fine tuning the 5C process, and we joined an IEP team meeting out with a family in Washington to go through this. And the mom this has been her practice for a long time. At the beginning of every IEP, she has in the IEP put in there her vision for her child. And her child has a significant cognitive disability, and her vision is that he will leave school and be able to choose a career that he wants to be involved with, that he will be friends and be part of their community, that he will, if he falls in love and chooses to get married, he will have the right to choose to do that. And so this is out there to frame for every IEP team who comes in to touch his life, how to help them to design their program going forward in an inclusive manner. So that's the learning components, doing things that are long-term, meeting the long-term vision. The second one is collaboration. This is where I said the goals don't change, but the how, where, what, and why, not the why, but the how, where, what, and changes. And that was between distance learning. And you sit there and you have a conversation about, this is the goal. What will this look like at school? When will we prioritize it? How will we staff it, make it happen? When will we create data? And then at home, what could this look like there? And there are families who told, teams, I can't do this. I can't be on. Just the nature of our lives during this pandemic is I cannot be on during that class. You're prioritizing that goal. But this communication goal, this makes really good sense if we did this during the dinner hour. And so the day changed. What it caused was the thinking of, the school day is defined when the school day is in session. But for families, the learning can happen anytime. So for those who chose to extend it to different times, they worked on goals at other times. Other families said, we want to keep it the same way. We want to do the school learning focus there, and we need our family life to be a little bit separate. We still carry things over, but we're not going to call them that way. So it was that conversation with parents to find out what was meaningful and how to make it work in their lives, yet the priorities for kids. And one of the things I know we, as educators, challenge with is how do you support kids to generalize skills across multiple environments? Well, one of the things with this, when you're thinking along this way, is you're building in the generalization because you're keeping the same priorities and building them in across teaching them in multiple environments. The next one was continuity, the third one there. And it really was looking at basically what we're saying is, don't start with something separate. We have to individualize when kids need it, but start with what the school is offering and try to build continuity there. So if the school is using a certain platform, use that platform. Platforms have come so far in the last couple of years to be more accessible and have more accessible features built in. A lot of apps do now. And so start with that. Don't go to something different until you need to. Then layer it on top. What does continuity do? First, the parents have probably got all their kids on the same. Well, for continuity for the student, when they go back and forth, they're using the same platform. They can have the same, their learning goes with them, just like we travel with my laptop and everything. I travel with my laptop and everything goes with me. Kids would be the same. But then also parents didn't have to learn many times multiple systems. They could learn just one. Also, for the parents who weren't familiar with it, often if they had a sibling, the sibling knew the system from the school and from the district and could help. So the thing is, think about continuity between home and school. Data collection was the next one. Collecting data was the fourth C. And that was really like, we need to know if kids are making progress. We need to know if they're learning, if they're stagnant, if they're regressing. And it was just as important to know that in both environments. This was a stumbling block for some teams. They were like, well, you know, we need to collect data in the same way. Well, no, you don't really need to collect data in the same way. You can have two sets of data for the same type of goal. You may not be able to merge them. You might be able to, but you may not. And you still are telling whether the student's learning in both. So we might have at a school, there might be a more detailed way of collecting data around some communication, you know, initiating communication or whatever. At home, it might just be, you know, during a certain time of the day, do some tally marks, put them on your refrigerator, and once a week, shoot a picture of it and send it to the special ed teacher. So the special ed teacher has data during the week. So these are pieces that we can do and it's simplified thing. And the parent, if we could work it into the parent's life, it was doable if it wasn't so onerous on them. And finally, the last one was capacity building. So we want to really think about how do we build the capacity of the student, the family, and the whole instructional team, all the players that support that child and the child themselves to really have independence in a lot of the instructional methods and strategies. We wanted people to do the same. That's been a piece that's been on our plate for a long time. It just became, how do we figure it out remotely? So now you see a lot of like YouTube videos being made, short videos being made in advance, all these things that really helped us. And so if you do that, someone can watch it again and again to figure out, stop it when they need it, watch it, you know, to get to learn what they need to do. And so all these pieces that have been on the plate, they just were kind of magnified during the distance learning that we had to think about how to do. And so this is what the 5C process is. So this is a conversation that happens. There are questions that go with it, and we're coming up with, we're each actually in a process of figuring out, pivoting it to now we're back in person because these concepts are good. So what is the outcome out of all this? After you go out to all this, so Jessica, get you to the next one, really we created these learning matrices. And you don't have to really kind of dig in, you know, get huge on your screen. Just know that the left one was for school, the right one was for home. The purple areas show that the learning, those big buckets of learning were there, the same. The yellow arrow shows that the goals were the same. The red arrows across the horizontal bar were the schedule for the day. And you can see that the schedule for the day at home and school might be different. And in this case, when this example, the family was willing to, interested in, like, we could do some of these goals from the moment we wake up till we go to sleep. The green boxes were a way to show where data would be collected. You can see data is collected differently. And so if you go to the next slide, you can, this is a little bit bigger about what school could look like. These are tools that are online. They're online in both Google Forms and in Excel documents that a team could download, customize, and make to their fit with their schedule and their situation. I don't know, Jessica, if you hit we have a motion piece in there. Yep, it goes to the home one on top of it. And so once you've got this, you've actually got a roadmap for a week. You've got a learning matrix that you can give to any teacher to show, okay, during English language arts, these are the goals we're focusing on. Let's focus our instructional planning around getting those to be in place. Let's think about how we're going to collect data on those ones. And you can have conversation, and the student sees the continuity across the settings. Let's see, I think, oh, one more. So we are now to the point, this 5C process was, really designed to get us to this point during the distance learning series. We now, the country's at all different points now about back and forth. Some are still in distance learning. High schools are starting to go back around us. It's really quite diverse. But the key pieces in here are actually important, and they have a lot of they apply a lot to when we're in person totally too. So our next piece is to take these pieces and build them into tools that teams could use in person all the time. knowing that the distance learning stuff is always there, because who knows? I mean, we're not going to predict the future. We're not good at that. And we also know that from talking to others nationally, that no one anticipates, unfortunately, that this might be the last pandemic. And so how do we always be prepared to go back to this, to switch back again? So I see more. The chat room was busy, so I appreciate that. And you guys were busy too. So I'll check it now, and thank you. Jessica, I'll hand it over to you.
All right, thanks, Gail. So in addition to the 5C process, which has pretty significant implications for parents and educators, we've also developed this parent video series. So these are targeted at parents of children with significant cognitive disabilities. Since this is a population of students who either may not be able to return to school for health or other reasons, but they also may have the most difficulty in engaging in distance learning. Parents may have had to play a bigger role in their child's education. So we wanted to create some resources to help parents see how they could approach it in a new way that works for their family. And as we're transitioning still towards more in-person learning, one thing that I think teams are also realizing is that parents can be more in partnership with them in providing this instruction in a way that makes sense and fits with, with what they're doing at home. So if you look at the titles, we have titles that range from creating routines, teaching academics, including reading and math. And the last three at the bottom are ones that are not yet finished, but they're really close. So those are on writing and checking progress. So I'm going to show the Helping Your Child with Academics video to you all, which is a little bit over 4 minutes long. So I encourage you, if you have thoughts on it, feel free to write in the chat kind of as we're watching, and think about how this could be helpful to parents and educators in your state. So on the website, you can go to the About tab, and then Stakeholders, Parents and Families, and Parent Resource videos. These are also located on our TIES YouTube page. Now I'm realizing that I'm not sharing my screen anymore, so give me a second.
We also have that button on the front page too of the website.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, new share. No, not desktop. Okay, so here's the page on the parent resource videos. Scroll down. And we'll watch this one. If folks could just give me a thumbs up and to make sure the volume is working, that would be super helpful.
In this video, we'll discuss 3 key points to consider in order to help your child with academics. Why is standards-based academic instruction important for my child? What standards-based academic topics is my child learning? How do I find the standards my child is working on? Why is standards-based academic instruction important for my child? You may be wondering why you need to think about academics like reading, writing, and math when your child is home with you. One reason is that learning is enhanced when the home reinforces what the child is learning at school. Another reason is that doing things at home makes them more relevant to your child. In addition, academics are relevant and important for your child for several reasons. For example, by focusing on the same topics as other students, students with disabilities are able to communicate about the same educational experiences with their peers. Academics help children learn about their world and how to make sense of what they are seeing and hearing. It helps build a basis for making decisions. And, while it might seem far away, academic knowledge and skills helps prepare students for post-secondary possibilities. Helping children learn about the same interesting and engaging content that their same age peers are learning can support active connections in school and for future inclusion in their community. What standards-based academic topics is my child learning? How do you know what academics your child is being taught? Check with teachers about your child's IEP goals for reading, math, and other academic goals. These goals may indicate specific topics, like fractions, or may give you information on the state academic standards that are being addressed. This information can help you to talk about the same topics and use the same words as are being used in school. All states have academic standards that describe what students in each grade are to learn. These standards are for all students, regardless of whether they have a disability. Teachers start from these standards when figuring out how to individualize instruction for students with significant cognitive disabilities. They are helped in these efforts by looking at how the state has prioritized content and defined the performance expectations for students on the alternate assessment. Here is an example of a state's academic standard in math at 3rd grade. Tell and write time from both analog and digital clocks to the nearest 5 minutes using AM and PM. For students with significant cognitive disabilities, the performance expectation might be that the child will tell time to the nearest 5 minutes using a digital clock. In reading, a state's grade 6 academic standard might be: determine 2 or more central ideas in a text and analyze their development over the course of the text, and provide an objective summary of the text. For students with significant cognitive disabilities, the performance expectation for the same 6th grade reading standard might be: determine the central idea of a text. How do I find the standards my child is working on? You can find your state's standards on your state's education website. There, you will find the academic standards for each grade and subject area. You may also be able to locate the performance expectations for students with significant cognitive disabilities. These may be given different names in states. Some of the names are extended standards, connectors, essence statements, and access points. It is usually possible to find these prioritized standards by going to your state's alternate assessment page. Simply put your state followed by alternate assessment standards in your search engine. Knowing your state's standards can help you understand what is being taught when your child is in school. You might also talk with your child's teachers about how the academic curriculum is being taught. You can reinforce learning relevant to those standards through everyday activities with your child. More information on how to do this is provided in other videos in this series.
Okay, let me get this slideshow back up. Sorry guys, hold on just a second. I see some stuff going on in the chat, which looks great. Sometimes my Zoom and my 2 windows and my PowerPoint just don't want to work together. Okay, there we go. Okay, so hopefully, you see some use for those videos with parents in your state, with schools to share with parents, and other things. So as we think about high quality instruction for students with significant cognitive disabilities, we also have resources for schools. So one of our recent publications is this brief on multi-tiered systems of support for all, so MTSS for all. And the importance of this topic is that MTSS is a framework that is inherently inclusive, but in practice, it often excludes students with significant cognitive disabilities. So in this brief, we kind of discuss a vision of what it could look like for this population of students to be fully included within an MTSS framework along with their peers. So here you'll see the typical triangle in the middle. I don't know how familiar you all are with multi-tiered systems of support. So I'll just kind of go through the different parts of it. So in the middle, you'll see tiers 1, 2, and 3, and these are kind of levels of support. On the left, you'll see this part of the triangle is based on academic standards-based curriculum and instruction. And on the right, the green box is school-wide positive behavioral interventions and supports. So I'll kind of keep it on the academic side just to simplify and for the sake of time. So, so what could it look like for tiers 1 and 2 to be fully inclusive so that students are provided a comprehensive education related to core content standards and those other essential skills that they need? Typically, unfortunately, we see a lot of students with significant cognitive disabilities and even students with disabilities are labeled as tier 3 kids, you know, so and by tier 3, that would be replacing tiers 1 and 2. And so our argument here is that, you know, that is taking away what should be the foundation of their education. So at tier 1, MTSS says this is where students have access to standards-based curriculum and instruction. So in the faded box underneath in that purple area, it says focused on priority learning targets. So this is what we suggest, that as we're thinking about how this could be made accessible to students with significant cognitive disabilities, these are just some of those basic ideas. And when I say that it's focused on priority learning targets, what I mean is that, you know, if the class is learning X, Y, and Z on one day, the team may decide that for that day in math, that they were going to focus on X for that student. This isn't to say that they wouldn't also have access to Y and Z, only that X was prioritized. So I'll go into an illustration on that in a few slides. But for now, we'll go through tier 2 and 3. So at the tier 2 level, here's where some students who maybe aren't responding to tier 1 instruction in the way that the teacher would like to see. So these students would receive more targeted instruction in small groups. And for a student with a significant cognitive disability, they could receive this instruction alongside their peers. And this could include, you know, some pre-teaching or reteaching of the content that is being taught in their general education class. And finally, at the tier 3 level, this is where students who are not responding to tier 1 or tier 2 in the way that the teacher might like to see. And so they would receive additional individualized instruction in addition to and not in place of tiers 1 and 2 instruction. So like I said, MTSS is an additive framework for all students. So we have this metaphor of an ice cream cone. So at tier 1, all students would get a scoop of vanilla ice cream, right? This is what all students are going to get. And it's accessible to everybody, and nobody is left out of this scoop of vanilla ice cream. For some students who might need additional instruction, they might get this second scoop of chocolate ice cream. And don't, I kind of think about this in terms of my kids, and they would be like, well, that's not fair. So just, you know, bear with me on this metaphor. And, you know, for some students who that second scoop wasn't enough, they would then get an additional scoop of strawberry ice cream. We would never see a student with just that one scoop of strawberry ice cream, because that completely that's taking away that foundation of what all students are getting. So what does this look like in practice? So we have Tristan, who's a 6th grade student, and he has a significant cognitive disability, and he's included in the 6th grade math class, which I found is often the classes that students with significant cognitive disabilities are not included in. So I do want to challenge our mindsets here and our perspectives as we work through this example. So Tristan communicates using an iPad-based communication system with core vocabulary. He uses a wheelchair to navigate his school, and he enjoys spending time with his peers in and out of the classroom. So inside the 6th grade classroom, how does he receive instruction that is based on multi-tiered systems of support? And how is he included in an inclusive and additive way, as opposed to, being pulled out and provided the math instruction that the team might think that would be more beneficial to him, when in reality, we know that, if they did that, that wouldn't be beneficial to him. So in a particular lesson, so in Tier 1, the standards-based instruction and in the curriculum that's provided to all students, the class is working on summarizing and describing distributions of data. They will be conducting a survey and displaying the results in a histogram, and working in pairs and describing the distribution using descriptive statistics. So for Tristan, remember in the diagram of the triangle, one way to make Tier 1 accessible for a student with a significant cognitive disability is to have prioritized learning goals. So for Tristan, you'll see that the one thing they're going to prioritize here is his ability to summarize data distributions as shown in tables or graphs. And this is a skill that all of us use as we read the news and go online and view graphs from our doctors, and so it's definitely a needed skill for Tristan as he progresses toward adulthood. So, oh wow, I see the chat's really I got a lot of missed chats right now. So Gail and Terry, just help me out if there's any questions that I can address. So in Tier 1, the teacher is modeling using group discussion, really looking at student thinking and checking student understanding. In collaboration, the teacher may also support students who are having difficulties by modeling those mathematics skills in an accessible way. So using concrete and abstract materials, by modeling and supporting augmentative and alternative communication. So if Tristan is using his device to say what he's learned, the teacher is also modeling how he can do that. So it says that Tristan will describe his distribution by matching it with his fringe vocabulary, while his partner will calculate mean, median, and mode. So this is how he's participating in the lesson with his partner. So he might, say that his histogram, he points to histogram, has more, he points to more on the right side, so it is skewed. He points to skew, and not, points to not symmetrical. And for this word, he might point to normal distribution, because that is a symmetrical distribution. So it's all about, kind of learning and teaching him to discuss with others what he's learning and what he's seeing and those patterns. And that requires work, from the teacher and from his peers to make sure that he has a way to do that. So in the way that he might meet his learning goal on summarizing those data distributions, this histogram shows, based on a survey that they did in the class, or that they might have done in the class, on the number of people in students' homes as they responded. This was the histogram that came out. So when they show this histogram in class, they might ask Tristan, how would you describe this histogram? Is it showing that most people have between 8 and 10 people in their house, between 2 and 4 people, or between 4 and 6 people? And the hope is that he would select between 4 and 6, because you can see that there's the most numbers of students, the most data between 4 and 6 people. So say Tristan did not respond to the instruction in the way that they had hoped, or maybe he did, but they really thought he needed some reteaching on using some of that vocabulary. So they might pre and reteach those vocabulary with visuals in a small group format, and this is a skill that Tristan will likely not be the only student who needs this in instruction. And so that's why it really would be appropriate for tier 2. And then in addition, they could reteach the day's concepts, giving students additional opportunities to talk about the problems that they completed in class. So just giving them that extra exposure, that extra instruction, those extra chances to respond to that learning. So it's likely, because Tristan has a significant cognitive disability, that there's other math skills that he may need that will increase his access to the general education standards and classroom. So Tristan has mastered counting, one-to-one correspondence, and solving basic addition and subtraction word problems with sums and differences under 10. And just because these are his math skills, that doesn't mean that he can't participate in that tier 1 instruction, because, as you saw in the lesson, these are he's able to participate in those things because the teacher has made the lesson accessible to him. Now Tristan is working towards being able to conceptually demonstrate multiplication word problems with manipulatives. So Tristan receives this tier 3 instruction in the gen ed classroom twice a week when the paraprofessional comes in to do additional embedded instructional trials during natural opportunities in the classroom routine. And by those embedded instructional trials, what I mean is the paraprofessional or the special ed teacher or the gen ed teacher or a peer could find opportunities where there's a transition going on, or students are getting their workout, or students are working independently and Tristan just so happens to be done, to provide really quick opportunities for him to practice this skill. So he might get a word problem, which you'll see on the left. 3 friends have 3 bags of chips. How many bags of chips did they bring? And so he would put the blocks or counting chips or whatever into 3 different, circles, and then, solve the problem. 3 times 3 equals 9. So that's just kind of a really quick, broad overview on how a student with a significant cognitive disability could be included in the MTSS framework. And obviously, like we talked in the chat earlier, this is not something that happens in a vacuum. This requires those structures that are in place really to support gen ed and special ed teachers working together to support each other in providing this instruction in a way that makes sense, and in a way that is accessible to all students. So I hope that we've given you some resources today that help you to think about inclusive instruction for all students, including students with significant cognitive disabilities. As we're in this time of distance learning and schools may be going back and forth, this is really a hard time for schools. And so, we hope that these resources that we've provided make sense for those schools and districts that you may be working to support. We just want to thank you for this opportunity to share these resources. And we urge you to continue your support for learning for all students. We'd love if you would share our website and resources with the people and the educators that you know in your state. And then finally, if you have any feedback, we'd love to hear. You can email us at tycenter@umn.edu. And then I just wanted to give one last shout out to sign up for our newsletter that we send out every other month. That highlights new resources and ways that we are working in states and in schools. So thank you all so much.
Thank you very much. Hats off, big smiles, round of applause, confetti, use your emoticons. Was that not a great presentation? And so much information packed into there. I think a lot of information that folks really found to be useful and very much on point with the work that we're doing currently, and even the results that have come out of some recent studies that we've had done within the Commonwealth. So thank you. I'm going to, yield the floor to additional questions from the committee members.
I have a quick one, if you don't mind. One of the things that when I've observed, collaborative teaching is it seems like it's such an important piece is the personalities of the two teachers having that, that kind of the coexisting kind of, situation and belief that really is the best way to teach children. And, children then don't see, they see both teachers as their teacher. They don't see this is a special ed teacher, this is a regular ed teacher. I mean, that's a truly collaborative classroom. And as a student, I know I can ask Ms. Smith or Ms. Jones, and they both will help me out. I mean, what are some suggestions you would give to our fellow educators in ways to kind of help, pair those folks together that have those matching personalities? Because that to me is the key to making that work.
Yeah, Michael, that's a really good point. Although one of the things I've seen, I used to think that you needed to really kind of match the personalities, but what I've seen is it also has really worked when they've had really different ways that they approach learning. And the key is starting with, they really have a shared sense of responsibility and accountability for each student. And if they have that, I think the different personalities and ways of working with students actually can end up being a benefit to them and to the students they teach. It's easier, your point's well taken. It's easier if the personalities kind of jive, but it's not essential, I think.
I think I didn't really mean personality. I meant just that way they kind of click together. So yeah, I certainly bad choice of words. Your choice is much better to say that it's the way their styles work together. That's what I'm talking about perfectly.
And I think also some schools, I'm going to, in a lot of schools, they're calling that co-teaching and kind of what you said, Michael, but a lot of schools, they may have that in their system, their inclusive system. They may not. More and more do, but that's not the only way. They do. They build a lot of collaboration through like having special ed, making sure special ed teachers are on professional learning communities, PLCs, are on grade level teams. And so just that collaborative conversation that happens around all kids and the data starts to build trust that actually drops fear. When trust goes up, fear goes down, and then you start breaking down some of those barriers and they say, well, yeah, I could try that type of a thing. So different schools are going through different doors to get to the same thing.
Thank you, Gail. Yeah, I mean, that whole shared sense of accountability is really, really important.
Mm-hmm. There's something in the chat here.
I've got a question. What is the most effective way from a parent perspective to approach discovering if this philosophy, these things are being used, and then potentially introducing it to your local IEP team? So not, because I just see this at all the different levels where, and I'm a parent, right? Where a parent finds out about something, gets really excited about it, and like, now we have got Excalibur and we are out to slay the dragon, and the collaboration doesn't happen. And so, like, what are some effective ways to present new information and modalities like this from y'all's perspective, and then also for the teachers on the room? How can this be brought up from the parent perspective in a really additive and helpful way? Thank you.
Well, one resource that I would share that I think a lot of families have found useful for that initial opening discussion is that 10 Reasons Why document. Just because it really covers a lot of different perspectives, and different people resonate to different rationales. So some people, they want the data. So that information that we shared about the outcomes for students who are included and not included, that would really click with them as to why they want to engage in this collaborative endeavor. Others are really moved by hearing stories of outcomes for individual students. And so kind of a combination of sharing those 10 reasons and some of those resources, they might connect with different people in the school or on your child's team. So that might be one resource that would be helpful. Gail or Jessica, do you have additional perspectives on that?
I think we're hoping that the video series will help get those conversations going that you're asking for, to share, hey, I saw this video, I'd like you to look at it because I want to have this conversation back and forth between home and school. We're also have a number of resources. The most recent one I think came out around, well, first things like, just because you take the alternate assessment doesn't mean you're in a restrictive setting. I mean, that's pretty much the title of it in a different words. I didn't write, I think Terry, you were on that one, but the, I mean, that one is like, just puts it right out there. Don't think because of this, this happens. And then another one is parent and some other people on TIES just wrote one on writing these inclusive IEPs, writing your IEPs in a more inclusive manner. And so those conversations can happen there too. So I get it. It can become very confrontational. One of the things TIES is we are trying to focus on is we've seen a lot of really awesome islands of excellence around individual kids. And usually it's, you know, because they're the student has a strong parent advocate or another advocate comes to the table and the school district does it. But what we've seen is as that child goes up the system still doesn't change. So the next child comes into the same grade that was there before, and there is sometimes, I mean, I've seen it happen, and almost an amnesia happen that like, oh, well, we can't do it for this child. When we just say, well, he's not all that different from the child who just was here a year or two ago. But it's like, we talk about like a vapor trail. Like when the student leaves, everyone tends to go back to the way they were because the system didn't change. So a lot of what TIES is working on is how do you change the system? So we are doing like MTSS, like Jessica talked about, is an inclusive system. How do you use that? But what we're finding is sometimes they still don't include the kids with significant cognitive disability. So we're trying to push that envelope too.
Any additional questions from the committee? I don't see or hear. It looks like you all covered quite a bit. You provided us with a lot of information, and again, I cannot thank you enough for joining us this morning. You've offered us some great resources as we move forward to offering and providing more inclusive practices for students with disabilities. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, Christine and Hank and all of you, thank you so much. I have to say, this is one of the most interactive participatory groups we've connected with, and we really appreciate that. So thank you for your engagement. And as Jessica said, please do share our resources and perspectives with others. And thanks for all the work that you all do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, thank you. Okay, well, let's see the time. I think we are due for a break before we start to get into our annual report work. So we've got 9:45. Let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll try to see if we can go for the long haul. Come back at 10:55. Thank you. All righty, folks, we are at 10:55. So if we could bring everybody back together and get on to um, the, the big work, the annual report, the most wonderful time of the year. Let's see. Michael, do you want to share a quick update that you had shared sort of at the top of the meeting this morning before everybody was able to join us?
I would love to. Can I read the actual piece that came from that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Go for it.
The National PTA last evening recognized an Outstanding Local PTA Advocacy Award for the Fairfax County Special Education in Virginia. So it says, Fairfax County Special Education PTA demonstrated true dedication and leadership through their determined advocacy on the issue of restraint and seclusion in schools. The use of restraint and seclusion in schools has been shown to cause post-traumatic stress disorder, physical injury, and even death. Additionally, these practices are disproportionately used against students with disabilities and students of color, making this an issue of racial equality, as well as one of access to a free and appropriate public education under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. To advance their advocacy, Fairfax County Special Education PTA collaborated with partners and adopted a position statement utilizing National PTA's 2015 resolution on restraint and seclusion, as well as National PTA's endorsement of the 2020 Keeping All Students Safe Act. Fairfax County Special Education PTA also engaged their community to call upon their school board for massive reforms regarding the use and documentation of restraint and seclusion in Fairfax County Public Schools. As a result of their advocacy, a new policy was passed on December 17, 2020, banning seclusion and limiting restraint use in Fairfax County Public Schools. So just a quick shout out and congratulations to Fairfax County SEAC.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Any additional anything additional folks want to share that they maybe didn't have the opportunity to share yesterday? And then I am going to turn this floor over to Jill. We're good? Okay. All righty, Jill, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. If you could pull up our report again, like you did yesterday, that would be greatly appreciated, so we can follow along. And so one of the things while you're pulling that up, I talked about yesterday consolidating the commendations. I can't see that. It's on 4-page. Can you do 1 page at a time?
Yes, ma'am. Bear with me a second. I'm trying to get all set up here.
No problem. Yeah, my age always catches up with me when I try to do virtual stuff like this. I realize my eyes are failing.
You're not alone, Jill. Not alone.
So, well, one of the things we went into the go on up. If you would take it back to the beginning paragraph, I just wanted to kind of read that beginning paragraph, and because some of the things that were recommended yesterday are actually included in the paragraph. I think there were some things about the work, commending people for the work they do with the students with disabilities, and there was something else. But it says the state SEAC wishes to acknowledge the carefully planned, all-encompassing measures taken by both the Board of Ed and the Virginia Department of Ed as schools provided education virtually with intermittent in-person instruction offered when appropriate and safe to do so. This certainly has been a very challenging year, but it has also been an opportunity to recognize and evaluate the feasibility of some innovative and creative teaching and learning that expands beyond a traditional classroom. During this time, the Virginia Department of Ed's staff have been diligent in providing pertinent updates regarding COVID-19, as well as a wide range of information and resources so that families and school staff remain informed about a number of topics and next steps along the way regarding school reentry. The state SEAC acknowledges with the utmost sincerity and appreciation all previous and continuing efforts of the governor, VDOE, VBOE, and the Secretary of Education to address the needs of all children, including those with students with disabilities. So there was a lot of things that I think came out of yesterday that was included in that paragraph. And certainly if people feel that they want to, that we should add something else, we can certainly do that. Any questions about the opening paragraph? Okay, and then the second sentence again, the second paragraph is really from last year. We keep that pretty much every year. So if you, now we can go down to the accommodations. And one of the things that in cleaning the accommodations up, we took out a lot of the language, because if you click on the hyperlink, it tells you what it is. So there's hyperlinks for everything. And so that makes it very user friendly and gives an explanation of all of those particular commendations under number 1. And then underneath the section below, it was really broken up into in the sentence by opportunity, partnerships, and initiatives. So take a look at those and make sure that they're categorized right, correctly. And then if we need to jockey any of them around, we'll take a few minutes to look at those, because I guess it depends upon what people consider initiatives, opportunities, and partnerships. I think, sometimes the partnerships and the initiatives, we try to define what's a partnership and what's, but they can be both, I guess is what I'm saying. So that was a judgment call. So if anybody wants to rearrange those, that would be perfectly fine. We'll take a few minutes for those. So everybody had a chance to look those over.
It looks good to me. I just appreciate all the work you guys have done on this.
Well, thank you. It was a lot of good input yesterday that made it easy to do this. Relatively simple and quick to do it. Christine jockeyed a lot around, and it was her idea to put it under the categories, which I thought was excellent. So an excellent idea. So yeah. So now what I'd like to do, and if you do think something should be somewhere else, and you think about it later while we're moving on, just go ahead and put it in the chat box, and we can take a look at it.
Jill,
So,
can I interrupt real quick? So
Yes.
everybody's had an opportunity to see how we tried to break out the ongoing opportunities, partnerships, and initiatives. This, just above it, we were trying to capture all of the more current activities. So if you could take a look at this list as well to see if there are current activities or initiatives or something innovative happening that we've not recognized it within this first bucket, because this was so much is happening in so many different areas. We were trying to highlight it all. And so if you see something missing there, please let us know so that it can be included.
right. And some of the things, we're like make sure that it's not included down at the bottom as well. You might see something, but then go down the bottom and look. And if you think it needs to be moved up, like I said, just put that in the chat box, and so we can address that as we go along. So now the next thing I'd like you to do, Christine, if you wouldn't mind, is we looked at the accommodations. Let's go to constituency reports. Let's go back up to those, because we did look at the October, December, and pulled out the common themes, because that's what we generally do and have done for several years, because there's so many of them. So we go through and look at the common themes, and so here were some of the common themes from October to December. And as I recall yesterday's discussion, those constituency reports from yesterday will be in the minutes. well, they'll be attached. We'll look at the, as I recall, I didn't recall anything that, as far as a common theme, that didn't fall within this. There were some things that were different, like there are different things that are not included, but it might have been only one thing, so it didn't get included. Well, we're really pulling the common themes. And yesterday, it seemed like a lot of the common themes fell under this virtual learning, the IEP development, and some questions, parents might have been having about how those IEPs are being developed during the COVID timeframe. Equity came up quite a bit as a common theme, and teacher retention came up a couple times, but it was more so, it had to do with supporting teachers, supporting them, and the caseloads, it looks like, and then licensure requirements. So those are some common themes. So I think it's all inclusive of even March, unless somebody thinks of something we talked about yesterday that's not included under here. That might have come up earlier as well. So what we do here is we look at common themes. Did somebody say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, one of the things that I'm hearing a lot of folks say now, where it says virtual learning, so many students are falling through the cracks in a virtual environment. I mean, I'm hearing a lot of folks actually using the word regression. So I'm not sure if we want to go that far or make that statement, but I mean, clearly, I mean, that's pretty much a common theme from folks I'm talking to in our schools and in our area, that they're almost feeling our students are regressing, not just falling through the cracks.
Right, and I quoted the falling through the cracks because that was what someone had said, and then everybody else who said something like that was saying similar. So if we want to change falling through the cracks to regression, if that's being heard more these days than just falling behind.
Jill, I do want to point out that, but too, you have lack of social connections and regression. So I don't know if you want to separate that out, or if you want to clarify regression and social connections.
Good upgrade.
Okay.
And I do want to point out, I mean, the neurotypically developing peers in the general education classrooms, along with the teachers in those areas, are also seeing the exact same things as far as the regression, not being able to get all the information in, not always having the students online, not having them fully engaged. So that is also a continual concern.
Okay.
In all areas.
Okay. Yeah, right. We did see that as a common theme. So just being able to capture that accurately is important. So thank you. And are you saying, I'm seeing that we have lack of social connections, and I probably separated that out because it had the regression in it, but now that it doesn't, it probably would, well, we could probably combine the last two bullets: social emotion needs, lack of social connections.
Yes, but then there are two separate things.
They are.
Social,
I'm thinking, right.
And that was Dr. Holland that did talk about the need for the support, within as we return, and Mike also said it, as we return to learn, making sure that everyone is supported as we come back based on everything that has happened for the pandemic and the personal lives as well.
Yeah, right. I mean, just to add on that, it's like, if we don't forget to make sure the teachers are to fall apart just as badly as this.
You're going in and out, Mike, for me. I don't know about everybody else.
Can you hear me now, Jill?
Yes, I can.
I was saying, if we don't take care of the teachers, then this all falls apart.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Right, and that was in the last bullet. So that's so I think thanks for those that input. Is there anything else that this was in the, like I said, this was captured through constituency reports, the common themes through the constituency reports.
So Jill, just to clarify, maybe lack of social connections due because due to lack of in person, or, you know, just to clarify it, like social connections due to being virtual or difference. I don't know, however you want to say it.
Does that sound okay, the way it's typed, as a result of distant learning?
Yes.
Hey, Jill.
Yeah.
Down under teacher retention and licensure, can that be scrolled up so I can make sure there's not another? Okay. I was wondering if we could change burnout to mental health.
Good catch.
Well, do you want to include other staff too? I mean, I know teachers certainly.
Absolutely, Brian. I agree with you 100%. That was one of the specific feedbacks I got, was that the like the headquarters staff was starting to feel like the teachers, and they were not as cohesive, that there was acrimony.
Yes.
Even the paras. So staff covers all of it, I think.
It does. Okay. So those were common themes in the constituency reports. And then as we looked at public comment, I looked at that carefully last night, and it really looked like there was a lot of the same themes. Virtual learning, IEP services being appropriately delivered and developed during COVID, or during the virtual learning, and issues surrounding equity. Those were the three things that I pulled out of public comment from what we had in the report. So it was, they had the same things. They pretty much covered the same themes. So let's take a look at our recommendations. If you want to scroll down. So we'll jump right into recommendations.
So
everything else is pretty much the same. Can you scroll down?
I will. Just want to point out that yesterday, as we were going through the subcommittee work, I added the topics that were identified during subcommittee work, because we started to highlight that a little during the discussion, as we were interchanging constituency reports with some of the common themes found within the subcommittees. We don't necessarily have to keep this as a component, but it's not something that we've done in the past, was include, you know, those common goals within the subcommittee discussion. So, you know, trying to capture what family engagement and community outreach had identified as their common themes, student achievement and student outcomes, and then policy and regulations. So do we want to keep this piece within the report?
Christine, why would we not keep it?
It's something we've never added. It's just something that we've never added. So it's never been included.
I think it's a good thing to include.
Simply because we are virtual and everything has been done virtually. I mean, it's very well laid out there so that we can all really see what the different committees have worked on, the common themes. It really does help clarify things for me. I don't know about the rest of you, but I think keeping it's a good idea.
Okay.
Hey, Christine, I also agree with Dale-Ann. I like it, but I just wanted to clarify the disproportionality discipline, high risk, the highest risk I remember from the presentation was the female Black students, but it was, you know, there was disproportionality. It wasn't just female Black students, it was other students also, but that was the highest risk, if that makes sense.
It does. Help me with the language.
Could we put disproportionality, comma, particularly among this female Black students?
Yeah, or something like, yes, I sure. Anybody, thanks.
Okay.
And
Anything else?
have I captured, I would maybe call on Brian and Suzanne, have I captured your talking points over this past year? Have they been accurately captured?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got kicked off and had a hard time getting back in, but yeah, I think you've got it all there.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back and look, but I think that's fine.
Okay, I'll scroll down to.
Thank you for adding that, Christine. This was a nice addition to our report.
Agreed.
So yesterday when we looked at the recommendations, I think there were two that are at the bottom. We added two that were recommended yesterday. And then what I guess we could do is we could just, we'll look at the red in a minute because that was last year. We'll look at the red in a minute. I think what a good way to move forward would be to list recommendations that we think are pertinent this year and current. And then we can go back up and see if any of the things that we talked about last year even fit into any of those categories. And if not, we get rid of them. If they do, then maybe we can massage it or rework it. But, and some of the things that we talked about last year on our report, I know already, JLARC's report covered some of it, and VDOE has already addressed some of the recommendations from last year. So we'll see that. But so I think going forward, we look at number 5 and 6. Those are recommendations that came out of yesterday's discussions. And then now we know that that we have a couple common themes from the constituency report, public comments, and discussions as of yesterday that have to do with the virtual learning, equity, IEPs, and some of those other things up there. We might have to scroll back and look at them again to appropriately capture them. And also after looking at and listening to Dr. Hollins, and when you posed the question, Christine, to her, about some things maybe we should be looking at, her comments had to do with supporting school divisions as they look at, and these are things that came out of JLARC, but it sounded like they were not as developed yet. So maybe having the Board of Ed support VDOE as they move forward with working with the local school divisions on those administrative and general ed teachers being better prepared for the IEPs. That was one thing she mentioned. Working with the changes to Applied Studies Diploma, the local school divisions, working with them when those changes occur, and then supporting secondary transition, students being ready once they leave high school. So those are 3 things that she brought up, and I can put those in the chat box or repeat them, but it looks like you're capturing it. So yeah, working. And it was particularly working with the administrators that remember the report talked about administrators and general ed teachers not being really aware of what the IEP process is as much as they would like for them to be aware of that. So that was, they were charged with coming up with some trainings and to support the schools in moving forward with educating and training, which is very interesting because that was one of our recommendations when we talked about that at SSEAC in the past. That's something that we've had conversation about, is the administrators and some of the gen ed teachers, but particularly administrators out of our discussions, not being really aware of their roles at IEPs and what the IEP process really is all about, and how they impact those decisions. And then supporting secondary, you put secondary transition in there, didn't you? No, the secondary transition was the last one. Students being ready once they leave high school.
Also, I think we should maybe add, I think probably these should all be kind of separated out, but we can talk about that later. For the part about the Applied Studies Diploma, I think, including something in there along the lines of making sure parents are aware and understand, how that affects their children.
Right.
And
And in my
we've
notes, I
received-
did have it separated, but we can separate that later. But I agree, because that was part of that study too, making sure that the parents are aware of the consequences of going down that route.
Yeah, and we've heard some of that in public comment too.
Yes.
Not only during high school, but after high school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So those are actually, if we break those out, there'll be several, there'll be 3 more. So we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 recommendations, and then we can go back up and look at anything else we want to add. And then we certainly understand that I think we should list all the recommendations that we think we should be putting forth, and then go back, because we generally try to keep our recommendations to what, 4, I think 4 or 5 at the most. Where there's been a time, it was 6 years ago actually, when I first came, the Board of Ed kicked back our annual report and said, rewrite the recommendations because you have too many. Give us your priorities, is what they said. Now, we haven't had that issue since, but we don't want to have that ever happen again, I don't think, unless the committee thinks we should put them all forward and see what happens. I don't really, I'm just sharing information. I don't have one way or the other. I'll go with whatever the committee recommends. But so let's see.
When does this report get to, when is it submitted? When do the recommendations go through?
We'll present it to the, last meeting, we decided that we would present it over the summer. We asked them if they'd be amenable for us doing that. And I think they have a meeting in June 17th. I think they skip a month. And so it most likely will be, and Christine, you can correct me if I'm wrong, and Hank, but it'll most likely be in June that we present it. So it's, once we present the report to them, then it'll be, going into our new administrative year in July, our report will be what we work on, what we've asked, and then we'll establish some goals, either today or at the first meeting in July, that SEAC will work on to help support some of this as well.
And
so
Jill,
June is what I'm thinking.
Jill, you're correct. The next, this will be presented during the June board meeting.
That'll be June 17th.
It's on the agenda for June 17th.
Okay.
Okay, I just ask, and excuse this question, I'm still learning the process, but if, we had developed a pretty long list of concerns around what was happening with students, the regression and those things during COVID-19 and distance learning. Would, putting a recommendation in here about supporting schools and making, and giving them tools for baseline assessments to really find out where students are and where they need to start teaching again with students in order to capture whatever regression there was and, begin from a good place. I mean, I don't know how we would word that, or if that's even too short term of a goal, since whatever we put in here will be what's worked on over the next year. So that was why I asked that question.
And it certainly is not unreasonable, because the Virginia Department of Ed actually had guidance for schools this time when we returned about that exact same comment. They encouraged us to get baseline when kids came back, and to talk about how we were going to do that, and to work forward, not going back, but to work forward from where that baseline data was. So we did That's already happened.
Okay, that's
But
good.
you
Yeah.
know, yeah, I mean, it happened this year. I'm sure that we'll get guidance again from VDOE. I know in the meetings I sat in for the state directors, they gave us that guidance. Exactly. Sam gave us that guidance. And it was actually in a document, that VDOE, and I can't remember exactly which document it was, but it was a really long document. And special education and general education, that was the guidance that we got. I think it was the document that had the big K on it. Anyway, it was the very first one that came out, and it was pretty extensive, and it did cover that. So
Okay, yeah, that's awesome. I just wanted to, it just occurred to me as we were going through that, but if it's been done, it's no need for us to make it a recommendation now. Thank you.
Well, I would hope that schools would continue to do that, since it was strongly encouraged the first time, strongly recommended the first time around. It was actually a part of the reentry document. So that's probably what yeah. Okay, there were a lot of concerns there around virtual learning up at the top when we went through. Like I said, the concerns, the big ticket items were the virtual learning, and underneath that was just a number of things. And then the equity, making sure that all students got the same opportunities. And then the IEP, there were several concerns about IEPs, which always, you know, it's always surprising to me, being a director of special ed. To me, that's concerning to make sure that we keep things the way they're supposed to be. But there were several concerns that came up about schools and how IEPs are being written, amendments. There was and Suzanne, I think you brought it up yesterday. I'd have to look back through my notes, but it had to do with informed consent, or you might have brought it up before, that was a concern you were hearing, that parents weren't feeling like they were actually giving informed consent because things were happening. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, I think those are important. I think those are important things. There's three areas of virtual, all the aspects concerned about or surrounding virtual learning, equity, and the IEP development. And I don't know how we want to, craft or what we want to put into those, but I think that those are, I think that they should be on our list because they were common themes in constituency reports, public comment, and we've heard it more than once. So do you want to just jot those three things down, Christine, and then we can...
Jill, I'm trying to wrap my head around, yes, Daliana. I'm trying to wrap my head around what exactly you're talking. I mean, as far as, okay, so the pandemic hit in March and it was like an influx of what do we do now? And then of course, we didn't have classes. And then when we went, how to support the children and how to do this. And then with the equity piece immediately hit with, oh, we need to make sure everybody has access. So the access piece happened. And then as it continually developed and we continually got new, and we're all getting new on everything, not just the teachers, as it developed and grew. And now as it's lessening and kids are getting back in the building, what I'm trying to wrap my head around is what you were saying. Yes, that was a major concern. It makes sense. We were all concerned, but what is it that you want? I mean, what are you thinking? How, as we move forward, continue to, the areas have to get the internet. What are you? Am I making sense? Like,
Yeah, and it's not my recommendation. I'm looking at what came out of those reports in October and December. They may not be relevant. They may not be as relevant now as they were back then. So that's what we have to, and I was basically just saying, let's jot down the things that were relevant. We'll go back and take things out you know, we might decide that's not relevant now. Let's take that one out. These things are more important. To me, it was more like let's brainstorm and get some ideas down.
That's what I
then
thought you
we
were
go
thinking.
back and yeah. So as far as, you know, writing something up, but yes, that was a concern. It may not be a concern now. I'm just sharing what the
It'll
concern
always be a
was.
concern until we have equity across the board, won't we? Won't it? You know, with that piece.
Well,
and I do think VDOE's, you know, they've created the Office of Equity and something else, but they have they have created that position. They are looking at things along those lines.
And
like
they've poured more money to us. So I think, Mike, do you have thoughts on that?
I was only kind of hung up on the informed consent piece that you were talking about.
Yes.
And I think a recommendation that would be future about informed consent and opportune would be related to the new VAP that's coming out.
Yes.
I think we should strongly recommend that all LEAs be focused on informed consent for the new VAP, specifically making sure that the teachers understand, you know, Brian had brought it up before, but not the teachers, but that the parents really understand that there's been a change.
Full disclosure.
And that change represents opportunity. You know, I will just say that I'm really impressed with what I've seen so far on the focus group for the VAP. I'm certainly not anywhere near where a lot of you guys are on these issues, but I was like, oh, this seems to make a lot of sense to me now. You know, and
I'm wondering in the process of discussing it, should we include it or put it together or tie it with the Applied Studies Diploma?
I'm not sure about that. I'll just say that, like, in my opinion, the way to reduce confrontation is to make sure everybody
agreed with that.
It's not to make sure you said it, it's to make sure it was understood. And the only way, when we've got these two different types of languages everybody's using, the only way you can make sure it's understood is to ask questions to verify if it's understood. And that, I think that needs to be led by the teachers.
Agreed.
Hey, Diana, can I ask you a question, and don't hate me? I just am trying to understand. When you write an IEP now, do you put minutes in both for virtual and in person, or do you just do one or the other?
I am going to tell you that has been a constant concern and a constant amendment. And initially it was, you're going to do this like you, if we were in person, like it was all supposed to be as equity. And so we did it that way. And then you're just like, wait, it can't be equitable because we're not in person. And then the timeframes of the school days changed. Being virtual, the kids couldn't hang, you know, you couldn't do from 8 to 3:30, 4 o'clock. So then we had to redo it. So there have been so many amendments that it has been changed so much. And then whenever you're going into those amendments and you're trying to have those deep conversations with the parents, you don't always hit all the, you know, places where it's supposed to be marked. And so then there's all these mistakes in the IEPs. So there's a lot going on in that, Matt.
Yeah, well, I know. And I know that if I asked that question, I'm sure it would only add to the muck and confusion, because some things are out of, you know, everyone's control. It just seems to me at times that if there was a consistent thing in place, it might make things easier, but that's all I want to say about that. I'm leaving on a jet plane, and you guys will have to figure that one out. Okay.
Yeah, but Matt, I think that is an important piece, because the amendment piece is the thing that I'm hearing the most, probably the most noise on, because obviously they are changing as the roller coaster, as we go in, come back out, go in, come back out. School closed because there's some cases, they close for a week, they come back. Those are the things that are causing the most angst amongst the parents that I'm talking to.
The thing you all have to understand that there's 132 school divisions out there that may be doing it 132 different ways.
And
yes,
absolutely.
I get that.
And that's what I was concerned about.
That's why I didn't want to ask it, but I had to. So now I'm done.
And maybe it would be important for us to request like a directive from, VDOE. Exactly what do you want this to look like? So that it would be more consistent across the state.
Yeah, because I think that is causing because it's so different from district to district to district. I mean, that does create a bit of angst. But I mean, kudos to all of our staff for trying so hard to address those daily changes. I mean, that's got to be incredible.
Yeah, well, and I think the DOE can offer guidance for that, but everyone is at such a different point in their returning to school too. Yes. It would be virtually impossible, to kind of fit in all those scenarios. Like, my kids are all here every day, but I do have some kids that are virtual too. My personal children are in school 4 days a week, one of them, and 2 days a week, another one. And, I think that's a very daunting task for DOE to undertake.
Brian, I think the first two, the way you started that, virtually impossible. That says it all.
Yeah.
But I do think that a guidance of, okay, this is how do we say, because initially it was like special ed, you take all the general ed out and you just put special ed. Okay, well then, we did that, but then what happens now? We're teaching virtually. So now do you go to virtual teaching, distance ed teaching, so that can be more generalized, like not, if we can write it. And honestly, right now, all of the IEPs that I'm writing, I'm putting scenarios. So in the 2021 school year, as we conclude the school year, this is how it will look. But in the 2022 school year, upon full return, this is what it will look like. I've been trying to cover it so I don't have to keep going back in and rewriting and having constant amendments for where we are.
It'd be good to be able to do like a survey to find what school divisions are having luck with whatever it is that they're doing. One school division that I, have students from, they supply a distance learning plan within their IEP. And then within the IEP, it states that this, should the student or the school go back to distance learning, this will go into effect. So I think there's best practices out there. I think trying to figure out what they are might be difficult though.
And I'll just add, I'd like to maybe circle back to the original point of the discussion and possibly what came out of what Suzanne had been sharing is parents they also don't want to see this blanket statement.
True.
When they are signing consent that in a sense, can be interpreted as just understand because of the current state, we have no obligation to meet these expectations. And that's really, when you get to the nuts and bolts of it, for some parents, it's looking like a broad stroke kind of brush that, we'll all agree to everything that's contained within this IEP, but at the end of the day, we're not obligated if for all of these reasons we can't deliver these services with fidelity. So
almost as a disclaimer. Yeah.
Right. And so, I think that was some of what the discussion was. Suzanne, correct me if I'm wrong, if that was the original take of that statement.
If those kind of languages are still appearing in IEPs, that is something that doesn't really need to wait till June to be addressed by the board. It can be addressed either directly to my office for me to present it to Dr. Hollins and or to another person to take a look at individually. We've addressed that once before, and we will continue to address it as it's brought to our attention. But I don't think we want to wait till June to have the board tell us, hey, come up with some, language about informed consent.
Okay.
But that's just my thought. I'd rather see it addressed sooner than waiting until the board. And oftentimes I take what you guys talk about during our SSEAC meetings and take it back to Dr. Hollins anyway. And I'll be taking this back as well, but I have nothing concrete to present as to where it might be happening and what the language is still reading and whether or not that is appropriate or inappropriate.
So I was
So
looking at,
Suzanne, if you've got some examples you want to share with me, I will certainly address those through the proper channels.
Will do.
Hey, Hank, this is probably not, I won't bother asking. Never mind.
so
Go ahead, I can handle it.
I just don't know if I want to put it out there, so I'll ask you privately.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
So Christine, I was looking at some of the chat boxes, and there's a good recommendation in number 7, because I don't think it captured the administrative and teacher what was actually recommended. So we're going to move back to number 7. Perhaps the suggestion was the language should be improve. Do you read the chat box? Improve the knowledge and skills of administrators and general education teachers to participate effectively in the IEP process. It was more of the teaching the administrators and general ed teachers about the IEP process. That was what was actually targeted in the JLARC report, as well as probably should be in the recommendation. I know you were typing quickly. So if you look at the chat box, I appreciate that recommendation that Pat included. Because
so do I need to change number 7?
Yes, ma'am. That particular
entirely,
piece.
or
no,
just
that particular the particular piece about the administrators and teachers. The transition plan's fine.
That?
Yes.
Okay.
And eventually, we might want to talk about breaking all those out anyway, like Brian suggested, because they're all different. But the one that has to do with the IEP and administrators and teachers, the way it's worded there in the chat box is perfect.
I created a 9th recommendation. I copied and pasted that.
Yeah, that's kind of what they were getting at. So truly, go back. If this is just a brainstorm, so yeah. So feel free to just throw anything that you think that was in our reports, or you think that was a priority need up on the screen. Some things we've eliminated already as priorities, but that way we can go back and we can reevaluate all of them when we're finished. And so what do we, okay, supporting VDOE. Working with LE to implement changes. So anything else we want to put up there? I'm kind of starting to combine things in my head up here, so I don't want to jump the gun. So is there anything else that we want to put up as far as we think should be a recommendation? Okay, let's go back up to the red. Now we know what here's some ideas. 5 through 9 are ideas. Let's go back up at 1 through and talk about, is this relevant? These were what we were working on last year. I think VDOE is already working pretty hard on the teacher, staff, and professional support shortage. We've been doing that for 2 years in a row, last year and the year before. And so they've put a lot of things in place. What are the thoughts on the team with eliminating that one?
Just because I know how hard the support was to try to continue to get the money in place before the the partnerships and the funding available. Brooke just constantly talked about that. I don't want that to fall off the radar. I don't want it to get lost until it falls into place. Do we know if that has fallen into place yet, that the money is aligning prior to the school systems for the school year, the academic year for the higher ed? Those people need the money before they can go in. That was the problem. That what was happening was
Right.
so is that, do we know, is that aligned yet?
I can't speak to the money side, but I can tell you that the teacher shortage is still a very high priority within the department and was brought up again, obviously, during the JLARC review. So it is not going to fall off the table.
It needs to stay there.
So what I'm hearing from you, Hank, what you're saying is it's not going to fall off the table. In other words, are you saying the VDOE's got that one?
What I'm saying is that the VDOE is still working very hard on the teacher shortage issues on several veins, not just a funding source, but just trying to come up with additional thoughts and ideas on how to improve.
Okay.
So we should continue to support them, correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
I mean, I've got no qualms keeping it in there. I'm not trying to say that, take it out. I'm just letting you know and responding to the question about whether there was funding. I can just tell you I'm not 100% sure where the budget and the money piece aligns, but that the initiative and the need for improving and correcting the teacher shortage is a priority for the department.
Right. And the last one, you know, what I was seeing, you know, I understand what you're saying about Brooke, because I doubt, I don't know for sure, but I would doubt that's aligned. You know, that was all part of the number one. And we certainly could break that out separate, or we could keep that whole thing in there the way it is. Any other, I don't
think it all needs to be in there. I mean, there's a lot of information and a lot of stuff going on. You know, I can't imagine they totally ignored all of it. But I think there's a way probably to write it so it's not as bulleted, I guess.
Right.
I definitely think that
it was.
I mean, acting on JLARC recommendations, those types of things, you could put that in there.
And that JLARC report didn't have anything to do with that college piece, though, with the institutions. So I think that's the piece that Diana was concerned about not getting rid of. And I would tend to agree with that, because we discussed it so many years. So do we want to pull that out as a separate, or do we want to somehow include it in number one? In addition to, you know, we could put something to that effect and not lose that last bullet.
I mean, I would just add it in there.
Danny, what's your input?
I'm sorry, I was gonna say, I mean, the piece about the grants is really huge, because that has been an area that we have struggled with, students not signing up for programs, and that's why we didn't at JMU reapply for a grant from the state. So I think that's huge. I mean, when we hear all the time in the piece about the cost of the assessments for licensure, you know, if students don't pass it the first time. Yes. I mean, we're trying to do some innovative things at JMU for that, scholarships and things, but it definitely is a stumbling block for a number of our pre-service teachers. And again, I've sit on a very fine fence with this, because I also feel like I want high quality teachers out there teaching my students with disabilities. So not being able to pass a test is a little concerning sometimes, but also knowing that there's inherent bias in a lot of these tests is also a concern as well. So.
Right. And the focus, if we remember right, the focus was a lot on the fact that a lot of the teachers, candidates of color were not able to afford some of this, or they were having trouble with one or two things. I mean, that was part of the focus, that there was a really big discrepancy, and then discouragement happened, and they would drop out.
Exactly. And
So
we
are they-
definitely see that.
Are the grant awards given by the colleges? Is that what I'm trying to understand?
So the first part was the grants that the state has. So VDOE has a number of grants that you can apply for. So for instance, there's one to address the critical shortage in special education. The call for proposals is typically due July 12th-ish. The grant runs July 1 to June 30th. So you're submitting your proposal after the grant's technically supposed to be awarded, and you don't find out about being awarded the grant until about end of September, beginning of October. And so the semester's already started for students. And so they are hesitant to sign up for those fall classes. And then, you have to expend all the money by June 30th. So it doesn't really fit through an academic.
Yeah, can we just change the wording to say release grant? Well, yeah, I mean, even just back up the whole thing. Wouldn't that make sense to back everything?
Change structure of grant awards or
Yeah. I mean, I know we've had this the last couple times, and we'll do a better job of paying attention to the actions of the board. But I mean, if we're still putting this on there and nothing's being done, I mean, maybe just rewording it might help. I don't know.
And we could combine that into the first, like I agree with you, Brian, making it so the first sentence is, by recent reports from JLARC, and then something, would lead right into that, in addition to changing the structure of the grant award prior to, or something, or in addition, or additionally, so that it's two things in one sentence, but, that way it's not a bullet.
I agree.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I don't even want to put consider. I just want to put change.
Yeah, I think consider is like just gives them that option. It's wide open.
We've been asking them to consider that for a while.
Yeah, and you've said if it's not been actionable, then that's a concern, obviously. I mean, that's the idea, is to make it something happen with.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you for 3 years we applied for the grant and nothing had changed. So, and then we dropped off this last year.
Yeah.
I think last year was the first time that we actually put it in the plan. I know we've talked about it at our SSEAC several times, but last year was, I think, the first time we actually included it in the report.
I think so too.
Okay.
And I find it so important. I mean, Brooke is gone, but the problem is still there. And so I think that I don't want it to disappear because Brooke is no longer no longer on the committee, and it's still a problem, which is what Danny just addressed, that it's still there. And in fact, so much so that they didn't even apply for it.
I did see Brooke the other day. So. I saw her last month.
So I think that's okay. So we can move on to number 2. Provide local school divisions with additional resources and support needed to further promote social and emotional learning, enhance the connection for students and families created through existing initiatives such as social emotional standard development, grants, and partnerships between community mental health providers, local school divisions, to build school-based mental health programs, Virginia tier systems of support, and promoting behavioral health redesign. Development of these services should focus on ensuring that students and families can access them in person or through virtual learning alternatives. That was last year's number 2. We're still talking about social emotional learning. I just don't know if you want to couch it that way, or you want to do something different with that. But social emotional learning did come up. It was a what do you call it? A consistent theme.
Well, they did, if I remember right, they are developing social emotional standards.
Mm-hmm.
They have been encouraging the Virginia Department of Education, and they have been encouraging and working on the task force to encourage all of that. And that has been a really big topic at the bottom in the blue. So maybe we can rewrite it to match the current concern.
Yeah, I think
combine and rewrite.
like Dr. Holland said, like that kind of got put on the back burner.
It kind of did, but as we return, it's kind of
Yeah, I
going to
mean,
be
it's still, no, I know. I'm just saying that that's why we still need to have it in there, definitely.
right. But maybe we could combine the stuff that we have already, like in the bottom, we've talked about what we want to incorporate the two, maybe.
And then we've had some comments in our chat box that the Office of Student Service is doing a lot on social emotional learning and using the new federal funds to develop new materials. And it's also included in our commendation hyperlink that is included there. So, you know, we can put a thumbtack in social emotional learning as, you know, part of our list, and then we can go back and see, you know, which ones we want to, if we want to develop that later, you know, in order to get, you know, kind of get through what we're looking at. So you can just put that, you know, we can thumbtack that, and then let's go through the rest of them and see. It'll be part of our list, and we might want to rewrite it, or we may want to do something different, but we'll include that. So you can turn it to blue, because I'm hearing that people are interested in it. We might want to rewrite it. So we'll leave it blue right now, and then when we go back and prioritize, that one may or may not, based on the fact that they're already doing a lot with it. So
green then.
Make it green.
Yeah.
Okay. No
really
problem.
Really mix it up.
So now we have our new color, green. Thank you very much. Okay, the next recommendation we had last year had to do with online resources that promote an inclusive school programming and more in-depth training for school personnel that cover the special education regulation to include transition targeted specifically for school building administrators. Transition beginning in elementary through post-secondary choices and advanced online modules for dyslexia that go into more detail than the current. That was last year's. Okay.
Was any of that accomplished?
That's what I was sitting here thinking as that, yeah, continue to initiate support by development. I think beyond I think they started, I mean, Matt mentioned an online resource that was developed for transition for parents. More
additional
inclusive.
online resources have been done through the T-Tax for the dyslexia.
Correct.
Yeah. I kind of feel like that's been done.
Yeah, I feel like the dyslexia piece is it's a big topic that we are still talking about and making sure that the students are getting that information out. But again, I guess it's the current teachers.
Well, I mean, right now it's required to do the
yes,
you know, so.
And I would say, let's not forget that there'll also be the cultural competency piece that's likely to come to fruition as a component. And we've talked a lot about the what has come out of the JLARC report is the understanding of the IEP development and how the teams, how each member of the team is supposed to participate or what their roles are, understanding that.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to do more on transition as well, too. So, I mean, I'm fine with taking that one out because I think we're going to address more specifically in other parts too.
I would agree with that. I was the one that threw that one in there, and I would agree with that. Yes.
I just think there's more. I agree because I think there's other priorities that we have when they've already done a lot of work in this area.
Yeah.
And the other things that he said, or some of this work will be covered in some of the things that are coming forward, things to come. So yes, I would be okay with that. Anyone opposed to taking that out? or looking at it differently? Okay.
Remove the entire number 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know this next one was up for debate last year anyway. There was part of the team disagreed, the other part was okay. So so yeah. Permanent.
I mean,
Any thoughts on? I would take it out, but I don't. Any thoughts?
Go ahead, Brian.
oh, I mean, I don't think it's necessary to be in
I'd
there.
like to hear Danny's thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, I guess I was curious, like when you guys made that initial recommendation, like what were you hoping? Because I mean, I think a lot of, our courses, I can only speak obviously for JMU. Mason does too as well, like talks a lot about universal design in their training for students. I think that we've obviously, we're all constantly learning. A lot of that technology is always coming out and changing. And so we're constantly trying to update and stay on top of all of the different strategies and things that we can put into place in order to make learning available for all of our learners.
So it seems kind of redundant then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, technology is again a requirement of licensure as well. And I don't know what, why wouldn't universities want to teach the most up-to-date technology to their students?
Absolutely.
Right. I feel like that should be a requirement of all higher ed institutions. That's what we would desire to be doing.
Yeah.
So that leaves us with our blue and a green. And
You're
so
welcome.
Yes, you are. Yes, thank you so much. So, so if we could get that, I don't know if we are able to get all of those in one place. We can look to see how many we have and yeah. How many did that give us? 6?
7. One of them, number ones, there's 2 number ones.
There's 2 number ones. Okay.
Well, number 5 is kind of 2 of them as well, isn't it? Because we took out the one.
Yes, it is.
But we didn't take out the other.
Yes. Yes, its transition should be broken out.
Can you add part of number 5 to number 7? The IEP process.
To include transition. Yeah, we could put that there.
Just a thought. Pat's been the wordsmith, so.
She has. I've been looking at that. Very good.
You might want to ask her for the wording.
He's just getting ready for her new role starting in July. That's all.
She said this works. Everybody, reading Pat's comments. Thank you, Pat. And the one recommendation that had to do with communication, I think it was up above that one. Is there anything that we that would fit under that, or is that something totally different that was made yesterday?
Say it again.
Number 4, supporting VDOE with systems and efforts to communicate with parents in parent-friendly language. Is that something that's different, or do we want to include that as part of, that whole IEP process is, making the IEP more parent-friendly language?
Did we have something about the VAP as well on there too, or do we?
The VAP is something on there underneath. It's number 5 or 6.
Right, but couldn't we put that same piece in both of those?
Oh.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah, can we combine those?
So we talk about transition and having parent-friendly language, the VAP, and having parent-friendly language.
Well, that and definitely in the informed consent.
Right.
I think that initiative number 4 was about the equity piece, just to make sure that, and we also had another place on there where it was translated into languages of the parents. There was another piece of that too. I think that's where that came from. I'm sure it can be combined somewhere. I just don't know where or how to make it. Because I agree with Brian. We put on, they'll kick it back if they say there's way too much here.
Suzanne, is that covering what you were talking about?
Yeah, I think it would cover it. Just trying to think of a creative way. I'm not good at wordsmithing.
I was on the same thing. Yeah, that was.
Michael wants us to work on the number 6 wording.
Somebody pay Pat $5 and she'll do it.
This is a volunteer position.
Yeah, it says truly understand of its impacts. That doesn't seem to read correct.
I'll play with it in the chat.
Of how it impacts things like that.
Did we say you have to apologize? I apologize. I'm trying to keep up.
the impact of graduation or the impact of the diploma. When a student's on a VAP and what it looks like for the diploma versus, the graduation rate, it all goes together. Mm-hmm. So, and it in 3rd grade, parents aren't thinking about diploma. They're thinking about my kids need to learn how to read and write.
3rd grade. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so as we talk about that, because that VAPs are usually started at the 3rd grade when we start the SOL assessments. Mm-hmm. So somehow that can all go together.
Yeah, I mean, the identification, it goes along with the identification of a student needing that certain assessment as well. I think you should probably put it in some sort of, time-specific order. It's identified and qualified for the VAP, and that leads to the Applied Studies Diploma. But again, you're not saying you can't go from students taking the VAP to taking SOLs either,
Right, and that's the full disclosure part.
Yeah.
And I just know that in some localities, it is often discouraged.
Oh yeah.
To be said that, to say that if in 3rd grade we're determining his graduation diploma and the impact on this, but it needs to be full disclosure, because that's if the parents don't understand it, and I think that's the wording piece that was discussed prior.
Yeah, and I've heard people do, say the right thing, say, this doesn't mean that this student can't ever take the SOLs or anything, but right now, in this point in time, this is the right assessment for them.
But it does affect if they're not exposed, and that's where the problem comes in when it comes to the inclusion piece.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So it all really does tie together.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, Pat, we gave you the information.
So let's see.
I went with just appropriate, and informed consent implies that it is understandable to the person who's giving the consent. So I tried to take that little piece out just in terms of how it could be implied in the informed consent. Does that give you what you're looking for?
I like it.
I don't know if support's the right word.
Nathan.
Strengthen knowledge. They have to, parents have to totally understand. And that's what Mike was saying. One thing is being informed and signing on it. Another thing is understanding what they're signing.
So it'd be strengthen knowledge of LEAs to provide, right?
How about with the add on the end, emphasis should be focused on verifying that parents understand the informed consent, as opposed to
check for understanding. It's like a teaching term here.
Yeah.
understand the implications, understand the implications of the diploma or the
consequences, anything like that.
That's
Yeah.
it. That's it. Yes.
Also, maybe adding on after students' future educational path, something about outcomes, because this is what it's all about, the outcomes that, you know, it's not just the educational path, but it's the student's outcome after school.
Big time.
So just future educational path and outcomes.
Yes, that will work.
But now how does that tie in to the applied science diploma?
I think we should keep that separate from that, because students can get the applied studies diploma who aren't necessarily on the VAT.
Yeah.
So, you know, and when they do that revising or revamping of the applied studies diploma or refining it, this is, you know, it'll include both of those type of students. So if we include it here, I think it muddies the water. I think it should be separate.
I think for this particular moment in time, it has to be separate, just because it is a significant change for across the entire state for this upcoming.
You mean as how the VAPs are collected and the changes that are going to happen within the actual test itself?
Yeah, it's going to be dramatically different.
Right. No longer portfolios.
Right.
And I don't think parents even understood the portfolio piece.
Right.
Christine, can I suggest, do you see the second line where it says VAP and its impacts on the student's future educational path? Right there, I want you to add and post-secondary outcomes that is well documented. And then we can take that part about future outcomes out of the second sentence. So that final sentence, emphasis should be focused on verifying that parents understand the implications of this choice. Thank you.
Well done.
Or are we going to change that word support at the beginning?
Yeah, you had said knowledge and something else.
Or is it strengthen LEA's ability to provide?
I like that.
So it's not just the knowledge, it's the skills and the resources to be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not wed to it, whatever you think, Brian.
I don't hate that.
Okay,
I don't hate it, but at the same time, ability, they have the ability now.
Capacity?
No, I mean,
I know what you mean.
The LEAs have the ability, but
So
they
is it
don't always do it.
Yeah. So is it strengthen LEA's awareness of the mandate or the requirement to?
I keep going back to the need for full disclosure. I don't know. That's probably not the right way to say it when the words.
What about strengthen the importance to LEAs to provide?
Yes.
Take out ability.
Stress the importance.
No, I think that's good right there. I mean, you're never going to get it perfect, but I think that really encapsulates what we're all talking about. And
We'll be here till midnight getting this perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
And here's another thought. Okay. Here's the second thing. It's 12:13 and there's still some business that needs to be taken care of beyond this to close us out. And so as long as we have the concepts that we want to include in our recommendations, in the past a couple years, and I don't know if this team's going to be in agreement with it, but in the past couple, as long as we have the concepts down, in the past, there's always been a motion to accept the plan, you know, that we were putting forward with the allowing the executive committee to to kind of the flexibility to do some word editing on the the wording and the language. And in the past, they've even given permission to prioritize recommendations. They've given the committee has given the executive committee the flexibility to prioritize recommendations. So
Jill, I will move to.
Well, I have a motion.
Okay.
I have a motion, but if you'd like to do it, that'd be fine.
I think what you just said as a motion is certainly something we need. I mean, we're all willing to have the wordsmithing done and prioritizing. That shouldn't be a problem with that. Would be willing to move that.
So if the committee's okay with it, I would move that the SEAC accept the 2020-21 annual report developed today, March 11th, 2020, and that the committee will allow the executive committee flexibility to edit wording and language and prioritize recommendations to this report during the executive committee meeting scheduled Friday, March 12th, 2020.
Second.
And I'll let you take it, the Robert's Rules of Order from there. That's the motion on the table.
I heard a second. Is there any further discussion? Do you have everything covered that you would like to have covered within this report?
Can we just go through and read them one time?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
The first one is to continue efforts to address the teacher, staff, and other professional support shortages through innovative partnerships, which have been recommended by recent reports from JLARC. Change the structure of grant awards prior to the fall semester for students enrolled in teacher preparation college courses. The second one to be rewritten, provide local school divisions with additional resources and supports needed to further promote social and emotional learning and enhance connections for students and families created through existing initiatives, such as SEL standards development, grants and partnerships between community mental health providers and local school divisions to build school-based mental health programs, Virginia tiered systems of support and promoting behavioral health redesign. Development of these services should focus on ensuring that students and families can access them in person or through virtual learning alternatives. Support and encouragement to districts to develop transition networking councils in which transition teachers can start discussions around how they are growing transition in their districts. The fourth one, support Virginia Department of Education as they move forward with working with LEAs to implement changes to the Applied Studies Diploma. The fifth, strengthen the importance of LEAs to provide timely and appropriate informed consent for the VAP and its impact on the student's future educational path and post-secondary outcomes that is well documented. Emphasis should be focused on verifying that parents understand the implications of this choice. And sixth is to improve knowledge and skills of administrators and general education teachers to participate effectively in the IEP process and to include stronger secondary transition plans.
I just want to add one thing.
Yes,
to number 5, I would just say at the yearly IEP meeting, and again, we can change it as necessary, but at the end of it, just add like at yearly IEP meeting.
Yeah, that's a great addition. When she read that, to me, it said, add something in the IEP in which the parents have to initial that they understand this concept.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's great.
Beginning in the 3rd grade, or do we want to start right from the beginning?
Let's go all the way.
I would, yeah.
Beginning as early as someone is identified?
At beginning and identification.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Suzanne.
Any further discussion? Okay, I'm going to call the roll of the voting members. Please reply aye or nay if you approve Jill's motion to allow the executive committee to make final edits to this annual report. Danny?
Aye.
Meredith,
Aye.
Kendra,
Aye.
Delana,
Aye.
Jeff. What did he just, he stepped away. Mr. Garrison,
Aye.
Marguerite, has she returned? Aaron,
Aye.
Matt,
Aye.
Pat,
Aye.
Jill,
Aye.
Brian,
Aye.
Joan,
Aye.
Sandy,
Aye.
Michael.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. The motion carries. And that will conclude our work on the annual report, at least for today. We'll pick this back up.
And
Yes, ma'am.
Danny, I put that in the chat box so you can just cut and paste the motion.
Thank you, because yeah, my chat bot wasn't working with my other screen. Thank you.
Okay, so let me get back to the agenda. See where we are on time with 10 minutes remaining. Future meeting agenda discussions. So in July, what do you want to see?
I think if it's done, it would be really good to have something on the new VAP.
Okay.
And any updates on any implications of going from virtual to back to in-person has on our special education youngsters?
Yeah, I would, regardless of where the VAP is, I think we should have an update anyways.
Okay.
I would hope it's done by then.
Yeah, I hope so.
And we have Jeff. Jeff is going to present again.
Yes. He'd like to make regular appearances. And you'll have Dr. Hollins.
Anderson, we got somebody else here.
Say that again.
Oh.
And of course, we have to discuss breakfast. That's for Matt.
In memory, thank you.
He's still waiting for his
He can call in.
He's still waiting for a steak dinner.
I'm still disappointed that didn't happen.
Additional topics and you know, I guess offer your suggestions. We don't yet know whether or not we'll be back to in-person meetings, whether we will continue to be virtual. So any other future meeting topics for July?
Christina was just reading through the chat, and I'm curious, the preschool initiative, is that something you wanted to discuss or wanted more information on?
I'm missing the chat. Preschool initiative. Where's it at?
No, not a preschool initiative. I was just curious. You were saying something about preschool in there. And so I didn't know if there was something that we needed to follow up on.
You mean during the TIES presentation? I think it was the idea that, you know, that these conversations, that inclusive mindset needs to begin to shift in preschool settings, because we begin to put, you know, the children begin to become segregated at that point, and that continues through elementary, then middle, then high school, and then in community, you know, beyond.
Correct.
So
okay.
In order to change that mind shift, you've got to start to including all students as young as possible. That was the point to that statement earlier.
So do we want to follow up? And Dr. Castle and I had some conversation about that, because the TIES was excellent information, and it does follow along with what Dr. Altieri is doing in Radford. So do we want to have Dr. Altieri come back in and rediscuss what's going on with that? Because of the pandemic, it was held out for a year and going back into that initiative. Do you want an update on that?
That's for the committee to decide. Do you all want to receive an update? I know Dr. Hollins had mentioned possibly bringing in the Richmond Public Schools. If I'm not, I wasn't keeping up with what they're doing within their division, that she wanted us to sort of take a look at a best practices model there.
So how many slots do we have available?
Well, when we go back, if we go back to 2-day meetings in person, the day becomes a 9 to 5 o'clock day, 9 to 4 kind of day. So, but if we maintain this virtual model, clearly some of these items will come out. But I think that if there are several to choose from, then it'll really fall to Brian to determine for the group what he'd like to see be put forward on the agenda when that time comes. Okay.
How many do you have?
Right now we have 4. So if there is an update on the VAP, we have Jeff's update, Dr. Holland's update, and possibly Dr. Altieri, and maybe the Richmond Public School.
Is there any like standing ones that we do in July? I can't remember off the top of my head.
You'll want to do an orientation of the new members. You'll at that time there'll be at least 5 new members joining the committee. So another refresher orientation. You'll be there's some. I'm trying to think if there's anything regularly, because we've made this shift. In July, if it's not done tomorrow, you'll set the goals, future goals for the committee and its work. Let me see.
Well, I know we'd get an update from dispute resolution and stuff like that. I just couldn't remember if there's anything like that in July.
Right. Sometimes we've done our FOIA training.
Or the FOIA training, yeah.
Right. The FOIA training's been done in July, and that goes to that
Yeah,
orientation piece, but
probably put that in, write that down.
okay.
It's always exciting.
Yes.
Last July, Dr. Lane actually came in too. I don't know if that's something that's a regular.
No, that would have been 2 years ago, and that was when he became the new state superintendent. It was an introductory, an introduction.
Maybe we could put it down, maybe to have him just come to a meeting at some point during the year, but obviously based on his schedule. But we can talk more about that.
Okay. All right. That looks like 2 full days of activities, and you'll have constituency reports and your public comments.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea. Leah Walker. Would you like to see Leah Walker return?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, depending how things go at some point, I'm sure we could have her if it doesn't work out in July.
Okay. All right. So we've got our future meeting, agenda, future presentations, and we are now coming up on 2 minutes remaining. Matt, Jill, Tasha, Reagan, and Joan, thank you all for your service. We are going to miss you terribly. You'll have to keep the state SEAC calendar, to keep our dates on your calendars, please, because when we can return back to in person, it would be so fantastic to see you all to see you all again. You know, your contributions have just been huge. You know, your perspectives, your expertise. We couldn't do this work without each of you, and so thank you. You know, I'll open the floor if you'd like to make some closing remarks. You know, Mr. Luther.
Are you saying I don't have to be in tomorrow's meeting? Is that what you're telling me?
But, Mr. Luther, you are still a member of this committee until June 30.
Okay,
Come on.
I just thought
June 30. I
was wondering if Jim and I had to be there tomorrow. Okay, that was all I had to say.
I think we should meet for breakfast the next time they meet in person. Don't you think, Matt?
I agree with that.
That would be awesome.
I will say no more because we're being recorded, you know.
Joan, any parting remarks?
Just, I think the committee's in great hands going forward.
Right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would ditto that. I think you guys are so wonderful. It's a wonderful group of people. I'll miss you, and you are in good hands. So anyway, and you just let me know when you guys are going to show up, and I'll be happy to tag along.
And I'll remind you, you are still the vice chair until June 30. So please, you know. I see everybody like trying to run.
We could do a reunion dinner.
There you go.
Christine, I would like to say Hank doesn't have to mail the certificates. You guys just have to invite us to the next meeting, and then we can show up in person and see everybody whenever that is.
And have breakfast, right, Matt?
Just, that's all I'm asking. One last breakfast.
With bacon or sausage, sir?
Both.
Fantastic.
That if and when we ever get to go in person, that might be a good idea to bring everybody back to actually be able to present them with their certificates.
Yeah, that would save you that cost and everything. I think I can wait on mine. You know what I mean? Just a thought.
That would be wonderful.
And to clarify, the next meeting's July 15th?
Let's see. Yes, it is. July 15th. It'll be a Thursday, Friday meeting. This is our, you know, we're doing what we would have done in July now. So yes, it would be July 15th would be the next meeting, and your new officers will be at the helm, Mr. Simo. Yes.
Don't sound so excited, Miss Christine. Don't sound so excited. She's like, yay.
I'm still here. So if there is nothing further, no further discussion. Yes, Erin.
I just wanted to take a moment and recognize all that you have done, Christine, as the chair of this committee. You've been amazing, and just wanted to take a moment to give you a round of applause.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Agreed.
I'll second that motion.
Aww.
Yeah,
I agree.
I want to say too, I'm very happy with the nomination, but I'm kind of sad, Christine, you became really a friend, and you have done an amazing job. Thank you so much for your leadership, your positive attitude, your can-do attitude. Sorry, I just joined. My other VTSS meeting is just over too. So yeah, I will greatly miss you, and it's very hard to fill any shoes. So Jill, the same is for you as well. You have been such a peaceful and knowledgeable friend, and thank you for everything that you have done. Following in your footsteps will not be an easy task, but you know,
well, Can I just chime in and say that Christine made my job really easy. So Brian, I would expect you to make her job very easy. Christine, you did make my job very easy. So thank you for that. You were just so organized and everything. I've told you that 100 times, so I'm not going to reiterate it, but yeah. So good luck with your venture forward, Marguerite. I'm sure Brian will make it easy for you too.
Absolutely. I'm so happy that he got that position, Brian.
Thank you, thank you for your kind words
And a quick shout out to Hank and his committee and his group as well, because obviously they've kept it all together for us. So let's say thanks to them too.
Right. Thank you, Brett, to everyone.
We are here to serve.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm also so happy that Patricia stepped up to become the secretary. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you. I have truly been humbled to serve in this position, and am thankful to be able to continue at least for another year, supporting your work. And again, it can't be done without all of you. So thank you so much. With nothing further, the time is now 12:35, and I am going to officially call this meeting adjourned until tomorrow morning when we see the executive committee members. Thank you all. Be safe. Take care, and hope to see you all soon.
Bye.
All right. I will now be terminating the live feed. Thank you all for your attendance. Have a great day.
Too. Thank you, Hank. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.